Paul Lake playing alongside Colin Hendry in the centre of City's defence. It came off at Lake's head. Lineker! Just 2 minutes. And it's as though he's never been away. That's misjudgment by Bergson. This is Mark Ward for Manchester City. Reed. Brightwell playing at right back. And it's a good cross for Quinn! Delivered by David White. Met by Niall Quinn. And Manchester City not disheartened, letting Lineker score first here. Step by Sedgley. Stewart did that in the most accomplished manner. And this is Naeem. Lineker cutting in from the left. And Naeem has found it brilliantly! Fabulous goal! And Naeem salutes almost as if he was the scorer. And Lineker went to him as well. Gascoigne, who is loitering on the left. And he scored the goal! The player who's filled the ground, really. And he's turned their dreams into reality here. And in doing so, presumably killed off Manchester City.
And a great header on from Barnes, and rushes in here for the first goal of the season. But no, he's offside. He's given offside. Rush thought he was off the mark. Simon Tracy took the injury as he came out to challenge Rush, and tragically for Sheffield United, a stretcher is being called for. John Pemberton has had to exchange the number 2 jersey for the number 1. Nicol, infield rush. Held him at bay again. It's come back for Nicol, and John Barnes gets in, and Pemberton has missed it. And tragedy for Pemberton. The first goal has gone to Liverpool's John Barnes, one of the simplest of his career. They come looking for an immediate response. Bryson hooks it over. Gillespie knocked it out. And here is the chance for Brian Deane, and it's 1-1! Sheffield have got their equaliser. Back we are with Liverpool inside the Sheffield penalty area, and Barnes, and here's the cross for Rush, and it's got to be a Liverpool goal from the foot of Ray Houghton. Put on a plate for him. Again they're in trouble, and Rosenthal hooks it across the middle towards Pemberton, rushes in there, and it's gone in, and Ian Rush has claimed the goal. And more disaster for poor John Pemberton, and one does have to feel sorrowful for the standing goalkeeper, who's really done his best. Ian Rush's smile tells you that he probably won't get too many goals like that this season.
With much summer transfer activity, there's plenty of competition for places in the Arsenal squad. So when Paul Merson headed home a tantalising cross from one of the new signings, Anders Limpar, in the 56th minute, he was understandably delighted. Three minutes later, and Arsenal went further ahead. Alan Smith's header putting Kevin Curl under enormous pressure, and the Wimbledon skipper could only turn the ball into his own net. Arsenal were coasting now, so it came as no surprise when substitute Perry Groves signalled Arsenal's championship intentions by making it 3 on the stroke of time with a spectacular volley. It looks like money well spent by George Graham, but it could be a long season ahead for the men from Plough Lane. It was new boy Dennis Irwin who helped break the deadlock on the hour when he swung over a corner and defender Steve Bruce delivered a bullet header to put Alex Ferguson's team in front. Coventry didn't really threaten the home goal and the 3 points never looked in doubt. Just to make sure though, Neil Webb demonstrated his ability to get forward and score when he dived in to get on the end of another cross from the effective Irwin.
Chapman the target, might bounce through, White's there, Fairclough's there, he's in front, Chris Fairclough. Sharp's the target this time, there was an appeal for handball there against Chris Fairclough, and the linesman says penalty, confirmed by the referee, but it was the signal of the linesman, Jet Banwell, which convinced Kieran Barrett to point to the spot. Now John Lukic saved a penalty on the opening day of last season at Old Trafford from Brian McClare. That didn't do Arsenal much good. Neil MacDonald faces him this time. Oh, well won. Riley trying to make something of it. Southall came eventually. Riley barged into him. Play on, says the referee. It's a goal. Gary Speed has forced the ball in, and Leeds are 2 up. Neville Southall out of the Everton dressing room, well ahead of his colleagues. Really, whatever's been said in there, he doesn't feel relates to him. He's made 3 transfer requests already this season, and his contract with the club stretches until 1996, and they're holding him to it for the moment. But Neville looks less than happy with his lot these days. Batty, Chapman might fall for Gary Speed. Southall brave enough now. Varane offside. No, goal given. 3-0 to Leeds. Varane stood almost on the goal line there, converted the easiest of chances. Referee had a look at his linesman. Goal stands. Hinchcliffe will take the throw in. Newell. Sharp won that. Sheedy. Nevin with an opportunity. Everton back in business. Well, that could be an important goal. Everill's free kick. Newell in there, just dropped behind Nevin. Lukic's got his fingertips on it. Everton have a throw in. John Lukic requires treatment. He's going to have to wait for it though. It's going to be a nervous wait as Everton come forward again. Nevin. Terrific play. What's the miscue? John Everall wanted time, got it. Oh, it's saved. John Everall makes it 3-2. And Everton believe again.
There was a really cosmopolitan atmosphere at Villa Park, where the home crowd gave new manager Joseph Venglos a warm welcome. But it was the Channel Islander Matthew Le Tissier, who must be on the verge of an England call-up, who made the biggest impression, scoring what might well have been the goal of the day. He kept his cool to slot it easily past Nigel Spink, a piece of skill from Le Tissier well worth a second look. Villa spent £1.5 million last season on Tony Cascarino's aerial power, and the big Irish international repaid some of that fee when he rose emphatically to head home from Daly's beautifully measured cross. Southampton could have taken all 3 points when Wallace fastened on to a great through ball and unluckily hit the post, leaving Venglos with his first point in the English League. England veteran Peter Shilton made his 900th league appearance in the match with Chelsea, but unfortunately the sands of time may be catching up with him. Shilton made a mess of a cross that led to David Lee's scrappy opening goal for Chelsea. Referee Roger Milford had to consult with his linesman to make sure that the ball had in fact crossed the line. Chelsea still led at half-time, but Derby hit back almost immediately when last year's leading scorer Dean Saunders equalised in the second minute of the half. Dennis Wise had tormented the Midlanders' defence all afternoon, and he was unlucky not to score when his free kick rattled the woodwork. Fortunately, Peter Nicholas was on hand to drill the ball beautifully past Shilton, who seemed less than pleased with his defence. Derby fought hard all the way though, and perhaps could consider themselves unlucky not to get a share of the points when, after getting a last-minute penalty, they could only stand and watch as Dave Besant, one of Shilton's heir apparents for the England job, made a fine save to protect the spoils.
Paul Blades, quite a lot of movement up front, looking for Fox. He flicks it back, and here comes Dale Gordon. Dale Gordon's got a bit of space. Brilliantly hit. They left him with a yard, and you can't do that in the First Division, I'm afraid. Butterworth is up there, and here's Crook, beaten away by John Kay. Dale Gordon, and onside for Fox. He can get behind the defence again, and touched in. And Sherwood gets the last touch. And Butterworth should have it. And here comes Davenport. It's the post, Davenport again. Crook couldn't get there. Bennett is still pushed up. Gabbiadini. Oh, what a goal. Here's Dale Gordon. Crook, they're coming back again now though. Rosario gets up for this. Good header. And here's Fox. Roy Fox.
Queen's Park Rangers made all the early running. The dangerous Roy Wegerle almost uprooting the Forest post. And then a minute later a goal-mouth scramble followed a corner, and the Queen's Park Rangers striker forced the ball home. Forest battled back though, and they had their chance to square things when Gary Crosby was brought down for a clear penalty. Nigel Jemson made no mistake from the spot. Crystal Palace let in 66 goals last season, but today their new signings combined well for an opening goal, a Hodges free kick, and Eric Young was on the end to flick the ball home. Then, just when the Londoners thought they might go into the break with an advantage, Luton hit back. Ian Dowie's near-post header equalising right on the stroke of half-time.
Liverpool are actually unbeaten in this calendar year. Coventry City registered the only success of a visiting team at Anfield last season. And here's Ian Rush hitting the post within 10 seconds of the start of the match, and that is why a visit to Anfield is such a formidable proposition for any team. Amazing how they keep possession in the tightest situations. That's when you've got John Barnes' ability, of course. Rush, perfectly timed break, at last. The inevitable goal. Gillespie to Barnes. The buzz of expectancy goes around the ground when John Barnes receives the ball. And Barnes made a great run beyond him. Rush again! He's rampant at the moment, Ian Rush. Barnes. Venison. Rush. Peter Beardsley. Yes! Concludes the night's business.
Crystal Palace had a match of fervour and a bit of fighting thrown in as well against Chelsea at Selhurst Park. David Lee, number 6, to adjudge to have handled the ball there. And with just 6 minutes gone, Andy Gray then steps up to take the crucial penalty. 1-0 to Palace, but 5 minutes later, both Gray and Dennis Wise were sent off by referee Brian Stevens. In the second half now, John Humphreys with a good long cross and a magical piece of finishing by Ian Wright, turning his defender well and chipping Dave Besant superbly to put Palace 2-0 up. And by now, they looked to be coasting. But Chelsea had other ideas. Andy Townsend to Tony Dorigo, and a shot from the fullback just flicks off Eric Young. But the final score is Crystal Palace 2, Chelsea 1.
At the Dell, Southampton against Norwich was settled by a 64th minute own goal. The culprit, John Polston, a recent Norwich recruit from Spurs. His miscalculation presented the points to Southampton.
Speedy, or rather Gallagher, now borrows. Cross towards Smith. Keown away, not very far. Dobson. Hinchcliffe! A chance now for Speedy! An absolute gift presented by the Everton defence. And it was simplicity itself for David Speedy. Adevald. It'll fall for Peake. Speedy. Now Smith just onside. There's the cross. And Gallagher makes it 2-0. Nevin. A mistake there out of Burrows. And it scores for Everton. Pat Nevin. Tinkle. Gallagher. Crossed in once more. They were struggling to get it away. Smith trying to get it from a difficult angle. Dobson! A fine goal! And one that Coventry badly needed.
Both Derby County and Sheffield United picked up their first point, with Derby's Dean Saunders striking first in a 1-1 draw at the baseball ground. A goal born of Saunders' speed and sharpness. Into the last minute now, and the salvaging for Sheffield United done by the head of Brian Dean.
Now, a typical Wimbledon goal. A free kick by Hans Seggers way outside the penalty area, flicked on by John Fashanu. The only goal of the game, beating Queen's Park Rangers with just 11 minutes left. Now, Arsenal had beaten Wimbledon 3-0 on Saturday, but there was work to be done at Highbury when unfancied Luton snatched the opening goal with just 12 minutes gone. A misdirected shot, David Priest retrieves it, and his cross to the near post met by Lars Elstrup, beating 2 Arsenal defenders and goalkeeper David Seaman too. Number 7, David Rocastle, is one Arsenal player seeking an England return this season. His cross leading to an excellent Paul Merson equaliser there. And Michael Thomas is another who'll be looking towards Graham Taylor. There's Paul Davis with the corner. Luton never really getting it away satisfactorily. And in goes Thomas to return it with great profit for Arsenal.
Oh, and Beardsley, it was a great ball by Ablett. And a great goal! Morrison. Platt! 1-1. Liverpool, not for the first time, undone by a set play. Nicely timed, the overlap from Ablett. Barnes, Price first to him again. With as much strength as he can muster. Oh my word! What can you do about that? Absolutely nothing. Villa thought they were going to hold out, but they reckoned without the brilliance of Barnes inside the final 3 minutes.
It's always tough between these two, as this challenge on Tottenham's Paul Stewart by Tony Adams illustrates. Adams going into Joe Worrell's book in the first minute. It was left to you-know-who to provide the best moment of the first half. Gascoigne's curling free kick going just past the post. And this from a position which had proved so profitable for Gaza in Italy. The referee was called upon once again after everyone at Highbury wearing red thought the Gunners should have had a penalty. Following some neat interplay, Paul Davis fell spectacularly in the box. Mr. Worrell wasn't buying the theatricals though, so nothing doing, and in the end, Spurs and Paul Gascoigne, who was substituted by Terry Venables, had to settle for their second goalless draw of the week. Newly promoted sides often make an early season impact, and Leeds are rapidly falling into this category. A sweeping move started by their goalkeeper John Lukic, Gary Speed's cross and Varadi's nod on, and there was Lee Chapman to give United a tremendous start after 13 minutes. And they went further ahead 8 minutes before half-time when attempts to clear their lines by the Norwich defenders failed, and Gary McAllister's back header found Chapman for his second of the afternoon. Leeds possess a dangerous twin strike force, and the other half of it, Imre Varadi, finished off Norwich following a poor back pass by Mark Bowen. 7 points out of 9, and the glory days might be on the verge of returning to Elland Road. Steve Coppell's team, maintaining the momentum gained from their cup run last season, have got off to an excellent start. They dictated the early play, Ian Wright heading against the bar in the 15th minute. When Gary Thompson crashed one against the woodwork as well, 20 minutes later, it was beginning to look as if it might not be Palace's day. But justice was done 6 minutes before the interval, a cross from their new signing John Humphrey, and there was Thompson to head home from 8 yards.
Such an athlete, poor Lake. Adrian Heath was saying to me yesterday that Lake is as talented a footballer as he's ever played with. That's quite a compliment when you think of the likes of Trevor Stephen and David Platt. Here's Adrian Heath himself. There's talent for you.
Sunderland dominated the early play and took the lead. Following Gordon Armstrong's mazy dribble, Gary Owers caught United flat-footed. It was no more than they deserved, and they held their more illustrious and expensive rivals at bay until the 70th minute, when Brian McClare's header from Beardsmore's nod back was right on target to equalise for United. With less than a minute to go, a draw looked an absolute certainty until a superb piece of individual skill from Gary Bennett, the Sunderland captain, consigned United to their first defeat, and joy on Wearside was unconfined. No score in the first half, but the fireworks began early in the second period when Kevin Gallagher was brought down by Brian Laws with the goal in sight. Brian Kilcline converting the first of 4 penalties awarded in the match. 2 minutes later, an innocuous handball by Paul Edwards led to one for Forest. And up stepped Nigel Jemson to convert his second spot kick in 3 games. Another innocent-looking handball by Terry Wilson, this one, and another penalty. This time Kilcline failed to convert the opportunity. Forest took the lead when Jemson curled an absolute beauty past Steve Ogrizovic's outstretched fingers. (2-1) to Forest, and Jemson's third of the season. The battle between David Speedie and Des Walker had raged all afternoon. The Scottish striker had the last word when the referee ruled that Walker had handled his shot. The England defender protested vehemently and may well have had a point. Brian Burrows buried the kick and the spoils were shared. Many pundits made Chelsea their outside bet for honours this season, but if you give away a penalty every time you play, life can be hard. It certainly was for David Lee, as his handball after 30 seconds was the third penalty surrendered by Chelsea in as many games, and Lee's second in 5 days. The Rangers striker Roy Wegerle enjoyed hitting the target from 12 yards against his old teammates. Chelsea could have got back into the game when their new signing Andy Townsend was upended in the box, but Kerry Dixon made a complete hash of it and Rangers won 1-0. The corresponding game between these two sides yielded 9 goals last season, so fans at the Dell were right to expect another thriller. But the Danish international Lars Elstrup obviously hadn't read the script. His shot passing underneath Tim Flower's body to give Luton the lead, despite a desperate effort to clear by Mick Adams. And 7 minutes later, Elstrup added another, his third of the season, heading home unmarked as the Saints defenders seemed to have disappeared. 2-0 to Luton, and the home fans were beginning to wish they were somewhere else as well, until Matthew Le Tissier, an England prospect, produced another sublime moment of skill, providing Paul Rideout with a simple chance. Southampton were back in the game but couldn't add to that goal as Luton ran out worthy winners in another entertaining match. The Dons had the best away record in the First Division last season, and following their win at Queen's Park Rangers looked like repeating that form. Only 5 minutes had gone when 2 former local Burton Albion players combined to give them the lead. John Gale's shot was scrambled away and Steve Cottrell seized on the rebound. To be honest, it wasn't the greatest of games, but when Paul Williams was brought down in the box midway through the second half, Derby had a chance to equalise. Hans Sagers can consider himself fortunate not to have received his marching orders for what looked like a deliberate professional foul. Dean Saunders almost fluffed the penalty, but his kick went through Sagers' hands and a point was saved.
United's first away win of the season when Mark Robbins, keeping out Welsh international Mark Hughes, scored the winner. And then the bad news. United skipper Steve Bruce became the first to go under the new FIFA ruling that instructs referees to send off a player who brings down an opponent in a goal-scoring position, a so-called professional foul. So United down to 10 men for the last 20 minutes, but they held on to their lead.
Ward for Quinn. It's been so impressive on the deck tonight now, Quinn. Look at this. Penalty. Referee looked to the linesman, paused for what seemed an age, but eventually rewarded Niall Quinn for taking Aston Villa on. It'll be Mark Ward. 1-0. Mark Ward. Neil Poynton. Opened up from there for a moment. Quinn. Back to Neil Poynton. Yes! Manchester City have their second goal. And Neil Poynton has his first goal for his new club. Owen Poynton's left it, and Platt's in, and Platt's gone down again, and Platt has got his penalty. Neil Poynton, having just scored the goal, which appeared to have eased Manchester City clear, was guilty of a lapse, which allowed David Platt in. And Platt it is, who puts Aston Villa back in the match.
Dixon from right to left to Limpar. And Southall. Grove scores. 13 minutes into the second half. Sharp going for this one, and Adams leaning on him. He would argue, as the referee has obviously seen it, that Sharp wasn't really trying to jump. Nevin earns Everton a corner. There's been plenty of pressure. And Hinchcliffe trying to swerve in one of these dangerous corners. He's done it! Mike Newell!
Today, Barnes. Little chip by Barnes. Brilliant goal by John Barnes. What a fabulous chip. Gillespie. Barnes. There's Barnes. Barnes. Comes to Rush. A bit of extra pace there from Rush, and now to the special skills of Barnes. Simple ball to Ablett, played in this time, and Whelan, a fantastic Liverpool goal! What a fantastic goal that was! Attention! Sanchez playing it in. Well, did it go over the line? Yes. Well, the linesman's given a goal, the referee agrees. Who scored it amongst that tangle of bodies, and Liverpool not even sure anybody should have scored it. If anybody, it was Alan Cork.
Just 14 minutes gone, and watch for a sweet pass from Naheem to Lineker. Paul Gascoigne up in support, and Peter Shilton might not be very happy the way that ball slipped through his fingers. Well, Gazza certainly saved a great performance for his former manager at Newcastle, Arthur Cox. 2 splendid free kicks. Into the top corner after a beautiful dummy. And now the hat-trick late in the game from even further out, and this really is a special effort from Paul Gascoigne, beating Shilton from distance. Spurs unbeaten this season and undefeated at White Hart Lane since early March. The Leeds have made a great start on their return to First Division football, but a mystery stomach bug that swept Ellen Road during the week left many of their players struggling for full fitness. They certainly seem to be suffering from something, giving Lars Elstrup a lot of room on the left and allowing Kingsley Black to sneak in with the winning header early in the game. Leeds piled on the pressure after that, but Luton held on for all 3 points. Crystal Palace may not have turned out to be the team of the 80s, but they've made more than a useful start to the new decade. In fact, it's their best ever start to a First Division campaign. They always had the measure of Norwich at Carrow Road, taking the lead after just 6 minutes. Solako's cross, an uncharacteristic error from Brian Gunn, and Phil Barber needed no second invitation. Now, it's just possible the Canaries may have sung the best players for sale song once too often. There was certainly nobody capable of clearing the ball, although Palace had a fair slice of luck here. The rebound falling nicely for Ian Wright. And that's Palace 2 ahead and only 12 minutes gone. But Steve Coppell's men easily worth their lead, and it came as no surprise when John Solako finished the home team off with a strike early in the second half. The offside trap is sprung. Good control and finish from Solako. Could be the start of a new era for the cup finalists from South London. Just a few minutes gone. Gary Pallister nods it on. Brian McClare feeds on the scraps. Mark Robbins finally earned his chance in midweek when he replaced Mark Hughes and scored the winner against Luton. And there's no doubt he possesses the striker's nose for goal. Lovely pass from Neil Webb and an excellent finish from Robbins. United up by 2. The last thing Rangers really needed was to be left with 10 men. And that's exactly what happened after Mark Falco received his marching orders for a needless elbow on Gary Pallister. The red card for Mark Falco. But now another magnificent goal from Robbins. Super touch from McClare. And look at this beautifully flighted chip. Rangers almost down and out. Robbins more than justifying Alec Ferguson's faith in him. A wonderful finish that, his 3rd goal in 5 days. Rangers get a late consolation. And there's a rather unnecessary handball from Steve Bruce. Just there, a certain penalty. And Roy Wegerle, who scored all Rangers goals this season, obliges from the spot. But that's another excellent performance from fast improving Manchester United. Well, Manchester City are a much better outfit under Howard Kendall this year, but to mount a serious challenge, they'll have to develop the ability to kill off the opposition. Everything looking good at Bramall Lane. And Mark Ward and now Adrian Heath combine to give David White the chance to grab the lead. But City then allowed Sheffield United to get back into the game. Brian Deane, who used his head so effectively last week, gained another point for Dave Bassett's team. There's good work by Beasley here, and Brian Deane gets him well between the defenders. Now, Coventry have never won at Villa Park, and they were hoping the addition of Uruguayan international Jose Perdomo might help strengthen their cause. But after 39 minutes, Coventry found themselves in familiar territory. There's an error from Brian Kilcline, and Tony Cascarino takes full advantage. David Platt in the clear, and Platt brought down by Lloyd McGrath. A clear penalty. And England's World Cup sharpshooter picked himself up and made no mistake from the spot. But Coventry refused to bow to pressure from the home side and deserved to get back on terms when fullback Brian Borrows equalised with an effort that even Josimar of Brazil might have been proud of. It's a great strike. Nigel Spink doesn't let many in from that sort of distance. Villa, though, looking for their first win of the season, pressed forward and were rewarded 8 minutes from time. The substitute Dwight York, and the ball falls kindly for Tony Cascarino. The Irishman blasts it home. Joseph Venglos has his first success in English football.
Chelsea don't give much away at the bridge. Good cross coming in, and Kerry Dixon flicks Chelsea in front.
But Sunderland struck back, and it's one of the goals of the day. Many more like this one from Marco Gabbiadini, from Brady's cross, and Gabbiadini could well be in Graham Taylor's England plans. Fabulous volley. Chelsea restored their lead when following some initial good work by Dennis Wise, who had a brilliant game. Kevin Wilson reacts smartly from that cross from Gary Pearl. The ball off the post. Well, the to and fro continued. Sunderland refused to be daunted, and Brady, the substitute. Lovely skill. Round Besant. 2-2. It was a pity, though, such a terrific game should have been settled by a controversial penalty decision. The referee ruling that the Sunderland skipper Gary Bennett tugged Wilson's shirt inside the area, just there. It's a controversial decision, and Sunderland were unhappy about it. The referee making his ruling very clear. The Sunderland captain on Kevin Wilson. New signing Dennis Wise, enlisted to spot kick duty after Dixon's miss last week. He makes sure of Chelsea's second home win of the season. And it's Wise's first one at the bridge.
At the City Ground, Forest were pleased to welcome back a fit-again skipper, Stuart Pearce, for his first game of the season. The home fans weren't exactly thrilled when Rod Wallace put Southampton in front midway through the first half. A great individual goal, this one, but the Forest defence had given a perfect demonstration of how not to tackle in the penalty area. Well, the home fans were starting to lose patience with a lacklustre Forest side, and then Terry Wilson restored their faith with a perfectly timed run. Jempson involved here, and there's a beautiful cross played in by Franz Carr, and Wilson at the end of it. Nigel Jempson is another of the growing band of strikers knocking on Graham Taylor's door. Jempson's got 3 goals already before today, and a beautiful one here to add to the collection. Fine tackle coming in from Clough, and just look at this chip from Nigel Jempson. Deserves all the congratulations. It's a marvellously precise effort over the head of the Southampton goalkeeper Tim Flowers. A real craftsman at work, Nigel Jempson. Early in the second half, that one, and within a minute Jempson became the First Division's leading marksman. An almighty scramble this time before Jempson hooks home Forest's third. 6 Southampton men back, they can't get the ball away. Off the crossbar from Carr, and Jempson is in there. That's 5 goals for him in a fabulous personal start to the season.
Whitlow. Good harassing from Spurs again, and it's Stewart who plays it through. Lukic has hesitated, and Howells gets it through the goalkeeper, and Tottenham do have the lead now. It's a goal now, but Verratti can equalise and has done. Well, it's been a match that has threatened this, but it's been disallowed. Well, Verratti wriggled his way into that position. Tottenham still have the lead, and they're looking to add to it. And Stewart and Lineker, it's 2-0. It might have been 1-1. Leeds feel it should have been 1-1. An extraordinary chapter of events.
Arsenal produced probably their best form of the season to beat Chelsea soundly in the London derby. And their Swedish winger Anders Limpar really came of age for Highbury fans. Here's a long cross coming up from Lee Dixon, with Paul Merson on the end of it. And Limpar getting in at the far post to put Arsenal 1-0 ahead. And just 7 minutes later, he's in action again. Brought down there for the penalty. No doubt about that, and no doubt either about Dixon's application there, and Arsenal 2-0 ahead. Paul Merson added the third after a great run through the midfield by Michael Thomas, pushed out by goalkeeper Dave Besant. There's that man Limpar again, and Merson to finish it off. And Limpar's not finished yet. There's a lovely pass for David Rocastle to make it 4. But Chelsea had the last word with a late consolation on an afternoon when there was little to console them. Goodness knows what Nigel Winterburn was trying to do there. Kerry Dixon's cross, Kevin Wilson's finish, and it's 4-1. And Chelsea had a penalty opportunity too to grab some respectability. But this time Kevin Wilson balloons it high over the bar. That sums up Chelsea's afternoon. Crystal Palace had thoughts about top place yesterday afternoon, and they seem justified. Here's Ian Wright, and there's Richard Shaw with just 2 minutes gone, scoring his first league goal. But now stand by for blasting Stuart Pearce for Nottingham Forest. Maybe not so much of a blast with this one, actually going through the legs of Palace goalkeeper Nigel Martin. But a more authentic looking Pearce shot here, 25 yards or more, and Forest are in the lead. But a weird equaliser for Crystal Palace. A punch away there by Crossley, met by Jeff Thomas, back into the net. It's 2-2.
Manchester City are looking a completely different proposition this season. Peter Reid's engine is still firing all cylinders, and big Niall Quinn is clearly enjoying life up north. His second goal of the season, his overall contribution first rate. Now, successive defeats and not even the consolation of a goal in their 3 previous games. It looked to be totally beyond Norwich when another of Howard Kendall's summer signings, Mark Brennan, skipped over Main Road's extraordinary looking pitch to score his first goal for the club. A summer of rock concerts, most notably by the Rolling Stones, has taken its toll on the usually immaculate Main Road playing surface. Well, Norwich ain't getting much satisfaction at the moment, but Robert Fleck's superbly taken goal and a good team spirit should give them sufficient encouragement to improve sooner rather than later.
Roy Wegley looking more and more a genuine Queen's Park Rangers number 10. Remember Marsh, remember Bowles? There's the 1990 version, putting Queen's Park Rangers a goal ahead against Luton Town. A run from the back by David Barsley, looking very impressive indeed. The little chip there, Andy Sinton meeting it with a close range header, and Rangers are 2 up. Now stand by for a rare goal by Ray Wilkins. Even rarer, it came from his head. And that's 3. just for a moment, play swung to the other end. Luton pull one back, the goal scorer, Kerry Hughes. But before long, it was business as usual. Wegley again, what a way to treat his old teammates. Turning well, beating another, a shot inside the far post, and Rangers make it 4. 2 minutes later, maybe the best goal of the game. Scorer this time, Mark Falco, with a splendid volley there. It was so much Queen's Park Rangers Day, even Paul Parker got on the score sheet. Here's Paul's goal, and a fine victory for QPR.
Villa appear to be tuning up nicely in time for Wednesday's European return. Tony Daly quick to capitalise on the hesitancy in Derby's defence. Villa won at the baseball ground last season and put the issue beyond doubt this time, courtesy of David Platt's volley that took a slight deflection. Platt scored in each of the last 4 games. Derby haven't won yet, and they're bottom.
Vinnie Jones, first appearance for Sheffield United after his transfer from Leeds, back with manager Dave Bassett, but all to no avail. It's Southampton who take an early lead inside 8 minutes, with the goal-scoring talents of Matthew Le Tissier putting them ahead. And they'd scored another before half-time. A real towering header here from Russell Osman, back after injury, and it's Rod Wallace forcing it home. 2-0 Southampton.
One point from their previous 4 games represents a poor start for Everton, and they suffered an early setback when Andy Hinchcliffe brought down the hero of Roker Park, Marco Gabbiadini. Peter Davenport against the club he supported as a boy. But there are signs that Everton are beginning to get their act together. Graham Sharp's free kick deflected over Tony Norman, maybe an indication they're getting the odd break or two as well. The very impressive Gabbiadini was a constant threat and proved too elusive there for Dave Watson. But the Sunderland boss Dennis Smith said Everton were the best team they played this season. And here's a contender for goal of the day. Sharp combining with Newell. Perfect finish. But the acid test for Everton comes next week. It's the Merseyside derby.
Barnes to McMahon. John Barnes again. Lovely ball played there towards McMahon. Played in there. Beardsley! 11 minutes gone, and Liverpool strike. And Beardsley all smiles is the man who does it. McMahon. Barnes. Delightful ball again by Barnes. McMahon in for Beardsley! That makes it 2.
Saw it all last week at Wimbledon for half an hour. They were a dream team.
Yes, you're right, Larry. For about 20 minutes there before half-time, you couldn't have wished to have seen better football anywhere. And they're starting to turn it on again now. Rush to Barnes. Back goes Phelan. In goes Beardsley, but Ince got the better of him. But here's Houghton. Great stuff by Liverpool here. It might come for Barnes. It is! It's number 3! Whelan doing well there. McMahon slipping it forward to Beardsley. Tried to get Rush going again. The free kick very quickly taken there, but Beardsley's onside. That's respected. United racing towards the linesman. They thought Beardsley was offside, but the flag stayed down. Beardsley went on, and he's got a hat-trick.
Blackmore with a good long ball forward for Brian McClare. Ince. Blackmore again. Good effort from Blackmore. Oh, what a goal! Phelan. Blackmore the goal scorer. That's useful as well. Oh, good turn by Webb. Manchester United get a second.
And up again goes Neuchach. Well, he's had one shot, and now he's rolling the ball through. Oh, a cracking goal as well, and it's scored by Hilek. And that is a body blow to Aston Villa. Villa need to reply sharply, and they do. David Platt's the man. Twice stayed out wide on the touchline as Platt gets into the penalty area once more. Tries to tee them up here, and it's a goal. It's 2-1, and it's Mountfield. The substitute is now up there in the penalty area, along with the keeper, and it's goal number 3 from Ian Olney.
Here's Brightwell again. And again, and White is onside this time. Oh, and Quinn might reach this one. That looked a push to me by Erland Johnsen. It's a penalty, and Chelsea, who have been cursed by penalty awards against them this season, would you believe it? This is the 5th penalty they've conceded in 6 games. And Mark Ward takes on the job for Manchester City. With 31 minutes gone, and Besant went the right way, and it had to be right in that bottom corner. McAllister. Pressed by Poynton, maybe pushed by him as well. Nicholas. Lasso. Dixon wants a deep ball. And he's got it. Kerry Dixon off the bar. McAllister. He looked happy to go down, and the referee saw it that way. Quinn. It's important for Manchester City to find a regular way out and not to have Chelsea just coming back at them in waves. Townsend, Nicholas. Dixon, and can Lee round it off? Wilson has done. 18 minutes to go. It's been a difficult road for Chelsea today, but they'll feel they're still on the right path.
Beardsley will take the free kick. Gary Gillespie and Glenn Hussein are both forward. Driven in low, Barnes, he's got it! I think it's Peter Beardsley's goal. I don't think anybody else got a touch. Beardsley's certainly going to claim it, and no wonder, because he's in rich scoring form at the moment. John Barnes actually made a great run across the face of the Everton goalkeeper there, and Southall simply didn't see it. Beardsley, here goes Rush. Penalty. Ray Asabel's sliding challenge, and Liverpool have a penalty. It'll be John Barnes. 2 in a minute. Liverpool have taken Goodison by storm with 2 goals inside of a minute. Rush accurately found by Grobbelaar. Houghton. Rush has timed his run well this time. Got 2 in support. Peter Beardsley, great chance. That's the killer goal. Peter Beardsley makes it 3. And Ian Rush this afternoon is the provider. Paul. Gillespie and Sharp wrestling away again. It's another free kick, Everton's way. Graham Sharp's been a real handful. Quickly taken, Hinchcliffe! This free kick. McCall trying to get there. Oh, and off Hussein! Stuart McCall will claim the goal, but it bounced off the crossbar and onto Glenn Hussein. And with just over 5 minutes left to play, Stuart McCall, with the assistance of the big Liverpool defender, has given Everton a fighting chance for a fighting comeback.
Despite reports of disharmony in the dressing room, United took the lead after 19 minutes. A corner from Dennis Irwin, United's 5th so far. Fatal hesitation from Southampton keeper Tim Flowers. Brian McClare, the header home. Southampton pulled one back on the half hour. Quickly taken free kick, and Paul Rideout prospered from Barry Horn's neat cross. United won the match in a 2-minute spell early in the second half. Neil Webb's chip, Clayton Blackmore on the end of it. His header passed in front of Flowers' body. And a superb United move here that would have delighted manager Alec Ferguson. Mark Hughes in the clear, round the unfortunate Flowers, and Mark Hughes, his first goal of the season. Rod Wallace is getting a lot of goals for the Saints this season, and there's reward for their late pressure. But United hung on for a win to maintain their challenge at the top.
Arsenal's unbeaten start to the season continued at the expense of Nottingham Forest. It was Anders Limpar's first half corner that led to David Rocastle scoring with some hot dance steps which nobody in the Forest defence could follow. Fancy footwork. Those who fancy Arsenal for the title believe that Limpar is the missing link. He's got that bit of flair and dash they were missing last year. Set up by the willingness of substitute Alan Smith, the Swede crashed a shot through the flimsy guard of Mark Crossley to make the point safe with 7 minutes remaining. 2-0.
Paul Gascoigne served up another free kick speciality for Tottenham, even though Nigel Martin was still lining up the wall. The referee decided to allow the goal though, and Gascoigne served up the speciality celebrations, his 5th of the season. But Palace continued their unbeaten sequence with an equaliser that involved a touch of good fortune, might have been a push on Steve Sedgley, but captain Jeff Thomas finished coolly, developing the captain's habit of being in the right place at the right time.
Andy Sinton started the first half fun. A great run from him. Past the Villa defenders and past goalkeeper Spink. Just 4 minutes later and Villa were back in it. Villa so dangerous from set pieces. Gordon Cowan's corner, Derek Mountfield's head provided the finish. Ray Wilkins had a fine game in the Rangers midfield, and Rangers soon recaptured the lead. A battle between Nielsen and Les Ferdinand, and the Londoners have a penalty, and no arguments about that one. Roy Wegley added to his impressive goal tally, his 6th strike of the season. The action was relentless. It came as no surprise when Villa pulled back to level terms. Ian Ormondroyd again showing he's more skillful than he looks.
Ormonroyd in for the injured Tony Cascarino and delivering a sweet strike from 20 yards. That was the end of the scoring. Caution overtook both teams in the second half.
Only 8,000 at Kenilworth Road to see the Luton goal that beat Coventry City. Came from Kingsley Black's cross, and Ian threw his head after just 2 minutes. So early, some of the 8,000 probably missed it. Coventry couldn't answer it.
Norwich City have lost their best players in the last 4 games. Just 1 goal scored this season. Their only consolation is that Derby's record is even worse. David Phillips with the opening goal. Derby are very much in the shadow of Robert Maxwell's continued interest in Tottenham Hotspur. Their brightest moment of the season so far, Mark Patterson's cracking equaliser. But Norwich seem to have the ability to produce a new talent on cue from their own resources. Rule Fox has been around for quite a while. He didn't hang around long though with a turn and shot that produced the Norwich winner.
Wimbledon tried to impose their direct style on Sunderland, but the Wearsiders took the early honours. A nice chip from former Wimbledon player John Kay. Released Gordon Armstrong. Sunderland were in front. Then Sunderland out-Wimbledoned Wimbledon. Goalkeeper Tony Norman. Hesitation at the Dons' defence. And Peter Davenport. His 3rd goal of the season. So Wimbledon were facing their 3rd successive home defeat this year, but the Dons never lack fight. Detsy Krusniski. A fine volley, and they're back in the game. And now central defender John Scales popped up to complete the great escape with just a couple of minutes to go, leaving Sunderland to settle for their 3rd draw since promotion.
They've had to concentrate basically on defending up till now. Can they take the opportunity when it arises? They might find out. Here's Jones's header, and it stayed out with a crucial fingertip stop from John Lukic. Play on, says referee Courtney, and that's what Bradshaw does. Finding Dean. Here's danger. Put out only as far as White, and he didn't take it out of play completely. So Dean continues to tussle with speed, and he has found Chapman. Leeds looking to hit on the break. Haddock's ball forward. Ricochet falls happily for speed. Now on, Bradshaw's been left clutching himself on the ground. But Leeds won't worry about that. They've got the momentum going here. Sterling, he's got McAllister outside him. Here's McAllister, there's the cross. Pearson going in for it, and scores! John Pearson for Leeds. The substitute celebrates. Brought in specifically to do a job, and he's done just that in the 73rd minute. Pemberton making great strides down the right. Oh, and it's one off him by Speed, who tackled back well, and he finds Strachan, who'll jink his way past the defender Beasley, and Strachan goes on. He should get in the penalty area. Can Strachan crown it? Chapman surely will. Goodness gracious me. Gannon takes it. And the big men are all up there. It's come down to Bradshaw once again. 0-1 for Leeds. McAllister, he's got Strachan on his left. He gets him away. Strachan, there's Chapman over on the right as well. Can Strachan finish it off? Is he going to try and tee up Chapman again? Well, he's taken so long. Strachan, he's made it. It took an eternity to get there. It doesn't matter. I can do it sitting down, he says. There was always the danger that Sheffield, in their search for an equaliser, would lose a second goal, and the little Scot, with his 1st of the season, rounds off a Leeds United victory at Bramall Lane.
Chester are playing home games 40 miles away at Macclesfield this season. Testing times in unfamiliar surroundings, but they made life uncomfortable for Arsenal. David Pugh hit the post in the first minute. The First Division side were shaken, but emerged intact. Paul Merson's pace took him away to score the only goal of the first leg on the hour. Finishing the job at Highbury in a fortnight should be rather more straightforward.
Crewe Alexandra got caught in the storm after taking the lead in a Rumbelows Cup tie at Anfield. A punishable offence. Steve McMahon with the first of 5 of the best. Liverpool scored 21 times in their opening 7 games. There was an automatic precision about some of their football that took the breath away. Gary Gillespie tucking the second away. A little something we've been working on in training. Barnes, Beardsley and Whelan opening doors all over the Crewe defence. They were sick of the side of Ian Rush by the time the tie was over. Rushy made his best start to a season since his return from Italy, getting right to the heart of things again, forcing the opponent's hand, here forcing a penalty. Dean Greygoose, the Crewe Alexandra goalkeeper, stopped it superbly. The Coppites typically warm in their appreciation of a visiting keeper. But Greygoose paid a high price for his heroism. Ray Houghton, with nothing better to do, decided to crack one past him himself. And in off to make it 3-1 and remind the Crewe showstopper just who was topping the bill. Houghton's guided missile scoring a direct hit. Liverpool's motto against visiting upstarts has always been match them for determination and effort, and the skill will take care of itself. John Barnes putting on a demonstration for Ian Rush's benefit. Rush was trailing Peter Beardsley in the early season goal stakes. The invitation was there for him to do some catching up against Crewe. How many times have you seen him score from that sort of range? Beardsley and Rush in perfect harmony. A perfect start to the season for them and for Liverpool.
Mark Bright on target only 2 minutes into his return from injury, but no real hint of the tidal wave to come, even when his shooting partner Ian Wright made it 2, the pair of them in harness for the first time this season. An enormous delay of 25 minutes before Glyn Hodges got things moving again in the second half. The original shot was Wright's. And then 5 goals in 16 minutes. Wright to Bright, 4-0. And everything he can do, Wright can do better, 5-0. The man on the England fringes was first to his hat-trick. It wasn't really Southend's night. Gary Thompson came on as substitute to score number 7. And Bright's hat-trick duly arrived a couple of minutes from time. Guess who supplied the cross? Mr. Wright, of course. Bright's been offered a new improved long-term contract at Palace. He's likely to sign it. The League Cup trophy resides on one side of the Trent. On the other bank, Notts County were beating the losing finalists, Oldham. Tommy Johnson, the England under-21 forward, following up his penalty miss to encourage County's ambitions this season. Now to that dreadful plastic. Well, these are tough days at Wimbledon, who are usually more effective away from home. But Plymouth met fire with fire. They're managed by an old Don called David Kemp. And they won the home leg with Andy Thomas's tap-in at the far post.
With the pressure mounting on Colin Harvey, Everton were clearly intent on doing everything possible to make their popular manager more secure in his job. And no one did more than Tony Cottee. He would have got more than a hat-trick, but for 1 or 2 goalkeeping heroics by Vince O'Keefe that kept the score down. Andy Hinchcliffe, of whom there are a few question marks when he crosses the halfway line, providing Cottee with his second, and that's finishing of the highest quality. Pat Nevin getting in on the act in his own impish little way, enabling Cottee to get his third. Then Neil MacDonald weighed in with the next from the sort of range that's become his trademark. And then with Hinchcliffe marauding again, the Wrexham defence were turned around, and when they were facing the other way, saw Pat Nevin dispatch the ball into the far corner.
It could have been so different if Mickey Quinn's blockbuster from the edge of the area had gone the other side of the post. That only made Colin Todd's men even more determined to go forward, though, and with 20 minutes gone, they took the lead. Ian Baird, who always seems to rise to the challenge of a derby game, dodges round Kevin Scott, fires in a low, hard cross, and there's Robbie Mustoe flying through the air with the greatest of ease to make it 1-0. Borough went on to make the most of the home advantage, and it's that man Mustoe again who steams through the middle, charging past the United defence and round Burridge to take his goal tally to 4 so far this season.
Darlingtons took the lead against 2nd Division Swindon through David Corr. A bizarre build-up brought about Darlington's second, not from this determined run into the penalty area, as the supporters thought, but from the penalty which the referee awarded before the ball had hit the net. Former lead star Frankie Gray made sure justice was done. Late in the game, Swindon, almost a 1st Division club, remember, got themselves into a terrible mess, and Cork made it 3-0 to Darlington.
4th Division Carlisle fashioned a half-time lead in the home leg of their tie against 1st Division Derby. It was a well-worked goal too. Mark Wright left standing as Eric Gates pivoted to cross. Peter Shilton beaten by Paul Proudlock's perfectly timed volley. The goalscorer deserved full credit for the quality of the finish, but he knew that Gates deserved his share of the congratulations too. Derby's equaliser was rather more straightforward. Wright slotted a pass through the middle and Dean Saunders peeled off the centre-back to run clear and score.
Played to Mills. Is that a penalty? The referee is looking, yes, has given a penalty. Mills brought down. David Kelly, the man with the responsibility now, and it's quite a responsibility as he seeks to put the 2nd Division side ahead. It's a goal for Leicester City by David Kelly.
No team in the 1st Division has managed to get the better of Tottenham this season, so what chance Hartlepool of the 4th? Not much, it seemed, after Paul Stewart set up Gary Lineker to give Spurs a 2nd-minute lead. They still had reason to be wary though, not least because Hartlepool are managed by the popular former Spurs defender Cyril Knowles, who gave his former club an awkward couple of games in this competition with Torquay 3 years ago. Knowles' players harried and hassled and closed down the spaces wherever they could. It worked up to a point, but Paul Gascoigne can find space where none exists. Tottenham 2 up after 26 minutes were hoping that advantage would put their opponents in their place, but it didn't. They had a chance to make life easier for themselves when Naeem was brought down by Paul Olsen. Gary Lineker's penalty-taking prowess proved invaluable for England at the World Cup, but Hartlepool's Brian Cox succeeded where the goalkeepers of Cameroon and West Germany couldn't. Thomas Nkono and Bodo Illgner take note. Hartlepool was still in the tie at this point, with Spurs facing the prospect of a tricky second leg on the northeast coast in a fortnight. This was the moment when it could have been trickier still. Paul Baker one-on-one with Eric Torsvet. What might have been? It was still 2-0 with 16 minutes left. Time to turn on the style then. Good move this. Paul Walsh and Pat Vanden Houwe involved in the build-up before a lovely pass in was met with a beautiful flick from Lineker. Gascoigne disguising the finish perfectly. Spurs now 3 clear and feeling a little more comfortable. Between them, Lineker and Gascoigne have scored all but one of Tottenham's goals this season, so it's just as well they're scoring so many. The Spurs number 8 is thrilling to watch at full throttle, gliding past defenders, the ball seemingly glued to his feet. Don Hutchison couldn't get near him, not legally anyway. Tottenham's second penalty of the night allowed Gascoigne to complete his second hat-trick of the month. Hartlepool goalkeeper Cox can take consolation from the fact that the first was put past Peter Shilton. As the visitors tired, the spaces opened up and Spurs were ruthless in exploiting them. In normal circumstances, Lineker in a one-on-one with an opposing goalkeeper would have eyes only for the net, but even he knew this was Gascoigne's night. 3 goals in 9 minutes for Gazza took his total for the evening to 4 and Tottenham's winning margin to 5.
Nottingham Forest serving noticed they intend to hold on to the trophy even if the name has changed. Burnley's defence was used as a pin table before Steve Chettle swivelled to shoot the first goal. Burnley were really snookered when defender Steve Davis tugged at Nigel Jemson's shirt and was promptly sent off for a second bookable offence. But the 4th Division side stuck to its task and early in the second half got back on level terms. Peter Mumby's header, where were the markers? It wasn't until the last quarter of an hour though that Forest made their numerical advantage tell. First, teenager Roy Keane headed his first ever goal. Then a neat build-up ended with Jemson rifling in his 6th goal of the season. And 7 minutes from time, England's Stuart Pearce, not to be upstaged, rammed in the sort of shot that's become his trademark. Nottingham Forest 4, Burnley 1.
Nicholas forward, on by Wilson. This is Dixon. Good looking ball as well, and Townsend was there to meet it. And Anthony Townsend gets his first ever goal for Chelsea. 22 minutes gone, and Chelsea, somewhat against the run of play, take the lead. Nicholas. Hutchings gets it clear. Given away again to McAllister. Now Wilson. Moncau still forward and sets it up for Townsend. Back to Townsend again. Oh, what a beauty! Muller. Good interception from Townsend. And Townsend's there again. Dixon and Wilson in the middle. This is Dixon. Took it beautifully. Wilson. It's 3 for Chelsea. Nicholas. In towards Dixon. McAllister's header. Dixon there again. Lee with the shot. Back to McAllister. McAllister's done well here. And it's gone in. Green lost it. Wilson followed it up. And Chelsea have got a 4th goal. Got his goal. 5 for Chelsea, and their travelling supporters delighted with this display.
Aston Villa were made to sweat it out at home to Barnsley, the winner arriving on the hour from the head of David Platt, who has that happy knack of scoring goals when it matters most. 6 in 7 games, ghosting into the right place at the precise moment.
Charlton haven't won a match since being relegated from the 1st Division, and Leyton Orient were determined to pile on the agony. Greg Berry, with a deflected shot after 31 minutes, gave the O's the lead. Then Kenny Acheampong, sold by Charlton on Monday, exposed his old club with a shot Bob Boulder could only block, Kevin Nugent stabbing home the rebound. Gordon Watson finally gave Charlton hope on the stroke of half-time with a neat back-headed goal. And then, after a succession of mischances by the home side, Scott Minto added the equaliser just 5 minutes from time, setting up nicely the second leg due at Brisbane Road in 2 weeks. Charlton 2, Leyton Orient 2.
Both the United fullbacks, Dennis Irwin and Clayton Blackmore, looking to get involved. Webb and Ince there too. It's Blackmore! Clayton Blackmore with a strike really out of character with Manchester United's performance so far. What a beauty. It's been Dave Evans. Oh, it is there! An equaliser for Halifax. Leyton caught by a beautifully flighted free kick from the Halifax skipper, Dave Evans. It's as good a sustained period as they've had in the game. Dennis Irwin. Blackmore, and it's in by McClare. Oh, that'll make them feel a whole lot better. Webb in near post. It's there. Suddenly it's raining goals. Neil Webb makes it 3-1. Maybe off his shoulder.
United's neighbours Manchester City travelled to the West Country, to Torquay, where Colin Hendry, a defender with a goal scorer's instinct, gave them a perfect start. Hendry was involved again in the build-up to City's second goal, scored by Clive Allen, who struggled to win a regular place in City's much-changed and much improved side. In the second half, one of Howard Kendall's former Everton men, Alan Harper, was on hand to make it 3-0 for City. With just 6 minutes to go, City substitute Jason Beckford completed the scoring, 4-0.
An unattractive match between two struggling sides at Norwich started well when Ian Crook put the skids under Watford. Approach play by Bowen and Fleck. Norwich, who were lifted by that win over Derby on Saturday, should have increased their lead. Fleck untypically miscuing. And then it turned sour. Watford's David Holdsworth dismissed for stamping on Raoul Fox. And look what a hornet's nest that stirred up. 5 minutes later, Fleck was banished as well, an altercation with Keith Doubling, reducing both teams to 10 men. Watford, who are bottom of Division 2 with only a single point, had to suffer a second in injury time from Tim Sherwood, who used to play for them. 2-0.
Third Division Bolton was soon shaking Coventry. There's the opener from Tony Philliskirk. Cyril Regis is back in the Coventry lineup though, and he it was who teed up the equaliser. Little Mickey Ginn couldn't miss this one. Soon though, a touch of real Brazilian style from Philliskirk. Even Pele would have been proud of that. Agrizovic never moved. But Coventry came back with a second equaliser. The ball played into the penalty area, indecision by the goalkeeper, and the finish from Kevin Gallagher. Soon afterwards, Bolton reduced to 10 men after Dean Crombie was sent off, and things were to get worse. Again, the goalkeeper partially to blame, Steve Livingston profiting. And right on time, he got the fourth and his own second. It ended Coventry City 4, Bolton Wanderers 2.
West Ham League Cup semi-finalists last season were held at bay for 43 minutes by third division Stoke on Wednesday, but then Trevor Morley tumbled over Lee Sanford's trailing leg. Julian Dix delivered the week's most emphatic penalty, followed by the week's cheekiest celebration. Billy Bond's side have every reason to be full of confidence at the moment, unbeaten in the second division and scoring some fine goals too. Stuart Slater set up Kevin Keane to drive in number 2. Keane was central to the third goal as well, winning the ball back and crossing before Morley provided the finesse and Jimmy Quinn the first time finish. Football of first division quality.
Free kick to Forest, and Les Sealey will wonder here. I remember in the past when Sealey was with Luton that Nigel Clough, the number 9, put a long-distance free kick beyond the goalkeeper, and Stuart Pearce, who's coming at it from the other side, possesses a fearsome strike. Like that! A fantastic free kick for Nottingham Forest, and Pearce has done it again. With 7 minutes gone, and Sealey on his 33rd birthday hardly saw it. It had power, it had curve, it had everything. And it's Clough who does it! Oh, and Sealey with a save that leaves both Cloughs in disbelief. Nigel Clough has beaten Les Sealey before when Sealey was Luton's goalkeeper, and Sealey recognised the area where the ball would come, but even so, it was a perfectly executed free kick.
is in a very dangerous position. And how great goal! Wow, that's sensational there from Ray Houghton.
A controversial day at Elland Road. Leeds scoring first after just 8 minutes. That's Gary McAllister, and an own goal from Arsenal defender Steve Bold. Just before half-time, a goal credited to Arsenal's Swedish winger Anders Limpar. The linesman was flagging for offside. If we look here, could it be fullback Sterland with the final touch? Arsenal took the lead in the second half, and some marvellous work from England fullback Lee Dixon. Out of trouble there, and a great ball for Paul Merson. Limpar in on it once again, and if there's £1 million bargain, the Swede must be it. Leeds get a point after a penalty. Gary McAllister goes down between Johnson and Adams, and Gordon Strachan gets the job. We saw Strachan score an unlikely goal last weekend. He beats David Seaman from the spot. Leeds 2, Arsenal 2.
Cowans with the free kick.
Platt. What a magnificent goal by David Platt. His 7th goal of the season. And so far, in the battle between England's 2 brightest stars, David Platt is most definitely ahead. That's a good kick as well, and Nabbit climbed highest of all. Yes! Right on the stroke of half-time, Gary Lineker's opportunism has brought Spurs level. He's most anxious though, because I think it's Howells who went crashing down in the build-up to that, must have fallen very heavily. And Cowans finds Daly, and suddenly a huge space has opened up in the middle of the field for Villa. Good challenge by Nabbit, but Platt takes on and beats Thomas, or does he? He doesn't. Mitchell Thomas did well. And Walsh for Spurs. On to Allen, and Allen's in the clear. Yes! Paul Allen gets his first goal of the season, and Tottenham are in front.
All the action late in the game here. City went ahead 13 minutes from the end. Corner from Ward. Substitute Clive Allen scored what looked to be the winner. Clive Allen had come on early in the second half. Wimbledon had created and missed loads of chances before that, and they had a great chance to get back in it with a penalty. Phelan playing in midfield these days and pushing forward number 3 under challenge from Ward. Penalty given despite the City protests. John Fashanu out injured, so it's down to the skipper Keith Curle. £1 million goalkeeper Tony Coton, a fine save from him. Wimbledon never know when they're beaten. The referee looking at his watch, and there's a dramatic late equaliser. A fine turn and finish from John Gale. Wimbledon 1, Manchester City 1. Crystal Palace's Wright and Bright partnership claimed the points at Derby. Ian Wright, one of the fastest players in the league, in the clear, and despite Mark Wright and Peter Shilton, Palace won up. Two minutes into injury time now. Glyn Hodges with the cross, Mark Bright the goal to confirm that Palace are a side to be reckoned with in the First Division. After 6 weeks they're up there in 4th place and still unbeaten. Derby dropped to the bottom. Everton followed up their first win of the season in the Rumbelows Cup in midweek with their first league win, this time against an erratic Southampton. The former England forward Tony Colley got 3 in midweek. He got another 2 today. That's his first one midway through the first half. Six minutes later, McCall for John Ebrell. His shot deflected past keeper Flowers. Some smart work from Pat Nevin in the second half. McCall in the clear and Cotty at the end of it to put Everton 3 up. 3 goals for Everton, 3 assists from McCall, and Everton's first 3 points. Another home draw for Chelsea. They conceded goals in the dying seconds of each half. Kevin Wilson, who scored 6 goals in Chelsea's last 5 games, opened the scoring after 25 minutes. Peter Nicholas on the ball. Wilson from 15 yards. Three minutes later, a similar goal to the one we saw Chelsea score last week. Kerry Dixon strong in the air. Wilson again. Kevin Wilson 2, Sheffield United 0. Just before half-time, Brian Marwood with the free kick. Vinnie Jones unmarked. His first goal for Sheffield United, past his old pal Dave Besant. In the second half, the only goal came right at the end. United battling away. Substitute Tony Ogana sets up a fine equaliser for Brian Deane. A point each, and that's enough to take Sheffield United off the bottom of the table. Norwich made a good start at Carrow Road. Early in the game, Dale Gordon is involved at the start and the finish. Alec Chamberlain can't hold it, and the home side a goal up. Dramatic spell just after half-time, though. 3 goals in less than a quarter of an hour from Luton's Danish international Lars Elstrup. That's the equaliser. And now a couple of excellent set pieces from Luton that had the home manager Dave Stringer absolutely furious. Elstrup at the end of Steve Williams' free kick. And this isn't an action replay. It's the hat-trick. Williams again. Number 3 for Luton and number 3 for Elstrup. A good win for Coventry, with Steve Livingston opening the scoring against Queen's Park Rangers in the very first minute. Across from the former Liverpool man Kevin MacDonald, and 21-year-old Livingston heads home. MacDonald started the move for the second goal. Livingston again, and now Kevin Gallagher. And finally Mickey Ginn, who puts Coventry 2 up. Second half now, and Steve Livingston scores again. This time on the break, his second of the day, and Coventry's third. Who needs David Speedy, the Coventry forward, left out, apparently for disciplinary reasons. QPR got one back just before the end. Les Ferdinand claiming a consolation goal for Rangers. But no goals from Roy Wegerle this weekend, and no points for Rangers.
Blackmore. Trying to turn the ball in now.
And the header goes in from Brian Leclerc. And that surely settles it once and for all now.
Looks like Horvat is a further option here for the free kick. Oh, it's gone in! And Nashash's free kick has beaten Spink. So Villa's first corner of the second half produces cries of Villa from their small but vocal travelling contingent of fans here. And what a superb moment this would be to draw level. Cowan's kick flicked on and it's in! And Villa have done just that. And Derek Manfield with an absolutely crucial strike. It's an own goal, and that surely is enough to get Aston Villa through to the next round.
Chapman, oh, and it's Chris White who's miskicked it, and Fairclough, the two centre-backs. The right place for Leeds, but the wrong men there. And here come Palace, and it's Ian Wright, who could be the right man for Thomas. It's a goal. Leeds should have been leading, and they're trailing. Strachan's corner, 1-1. Gary Speed it is.
Rush just wouldn't let go, would he? Wheeling to Beardsley. Oh, that's an unbelievable ball for Houghton. Shilton to beat. Shilton beaten. And Ray Houghton gives the scoring pass, the scoring finish it deserved. But how on earth did Beardsley know he was there? Talk about eyes in the back of the head. He actually had a little glance there, but the rest was down to radar. Nicol to Houghton. Barnes offering himself. Rush. Barnes again. Oh, he's got behind them this time. Beardsley! That'll do. Peter Mears' 8th goal in just 6 league games this season. But once again, it was John Barnes who did the damage.
When these two teams met a year ago, it ended in an almighty brawl, costing both teams a total of £70,000 in fines. The only thing in danger Saturday, though, was the Norwich goal. Good work from Paul Merson, and his cross is met by Paul Davis. The match all over in the first half hour. Paul Davis has had a couple of bad seasons with injury throughout the World Cup. He played in Sweden to get himself fit, and he's come back stronger than ever. Arsenal dominating the match, and a good move involving Siggy Jonsson, settling well into the side. Number 4, then Nigel Winterburn, and the Swedish international Limpar, and number 2 for Paul Davis. Arsenal couldn't add to their lead, but it's a convincing win, and the North Londoners confirm their status as Liverpool's main rivals. Spurs maintain their impressive away form in an entertaining London derby at Loftus Road. Both sides had chances to win the game. Fine save from Tony Roberts, avoiding embarrassment for Paul Parker. Former England skipper Ray Wilkins could have put Rangers in front, but was denied by a fine save from Eric Portsved. You can see why Spurs have gone 360 minutes without conceding an away goal. In the second half, Portsved denied Rangers once more. A poor backheader from Howells. Les Ferdinand disappointed he didn't put the rebound away. Paul Gascoigne might have done better from an excellent through ball played by Paul Allen. But Paul Parker pressured him all the way. No goals then, but no shortage of action.
Well, there'll be snow on the ball when it comes down from that kick from Besant. Case gets it clear to Wallace. Moncau. Straight to Cook, and that's a lovely ball for Shearer. And he's got himself away from the defenders here. He's done well. He's done brilliantly. Ruddock. Shearer, a bit unlucky then. Clark intercepted. On from Nicholas. Dodd read it well. But here's Townsend, and now Dixon, and Townsend again, and Clark, and he's made room for the shot, and he's scored. Jury in possession. Osman dispossesses him and finds Wallace. Letizia. Wallace has gone forward. Ah, it was a shame. Letizia couldn't deliver a better ball than that. Meantime, the threat on the Southampton goal from Dixon. Oh, it's a lovely ball, Wilson! With less than 2 minutes to half-time, Kevin Wilson restores Chelsea's lead. Letizia will take this. Osman, Ruddock, Case, Cook, they're all lurking on the edge of the penalty area. Oh, and it's in! And the presence of at least one of those big central defenders made all the difference. Neil Ruddock hammering the ball towards goal, and it's 2-2. Shearer. Clark has got himself into trouble with Wallace. Case. On it goes to Cook. Shearer on the far post. Wallace! Yes! What a beauty! Dennis Rowe just offering some advice to Southampton about how to retain their lead this time. Here's Jury. He's got Wilson in a good position in the penalty area. Osman's challenge, and it's a penalty. And Dennis Wise, whose only goal so far for Chelsea came from the penalty spot. The winning goal, in fact, when they beat Sunderland at Stamford Bridge, has an opportunity to bring Chelsea level here. It's 3-3.
City are proving a tough nut to crack under Howard Kendall. They had much the better of a slightly disappointing first half, but they didn't take the lead until early in the second. There's some good work on the far side by the former England man Peter Reid. And the ball dropped nicely for Alan Harper to get his first goal for the club.
City thoroughly deserved the win, but they didn't wrap up the points until Niall Quinn delicately swerved a right foot shot past Steve Ogrizovic with just 5 minutes left. Helped by the substitute Clive Allen.
It's been a good week for Aston Villa and Joseph Benglosh. A good win in Europe, a plum tie against Inter Milan to come, and a convincing win on Saturday.
Villa, though, didn't take the lead until the 44th minute. Gordon Cowans with a deep cross. Stuart Gray headed across goal. Ian Olney on the spot to guide it past Tony Norman. And then a dreadful mistake by the Sunderland goalkeeper settled the issue. You certainly won't want a tape of this attempted save from Tony Daly's shot for his home video. Poor Norman. He won't win save of the season with that one. And 7 minutes later, Villa wrapped up the win when David Platt headed his 6th league goal of the season. What an impressive goal-scoring record for the England midfield man. A big day for United's new signing Vinnie Jones, making his first appearance against the side that discovered him. Wimbledon striker John Gale was involved in a well-publicised punch-up at a training session in midweek with his captain Keith Curle. Fortunately, they buried the hatchet before the kick-off. Entertaining match, though. United took the lead after 14 minutes. David Barnes' left-foot shot flying in from the edge of the box. And Barnes obviously paid a visit to Vinnie Jones' barber in the week. 13 minutes later, in the swirling wind, Wimbledon equalised. Krasinski's shot smacks against the bar. And Carlton Fairweather, almost Van Basten-like skills, a spectacular overhead kick. Don striker John Gale then completed a miserable week by committing the second bookable offence on Vinnie Jones. United will be kicking themselves as Wimbledon's 10 men stole the points. Substitute John Fashanu grabbed his second of the season as Dave Bassett's old team pulled off a 3-point mugging of his new one. Forest were mourning the loss of former assistant manager Peter Taylor, who died at the age of 62. Taylor's famous partnership with Brian Clough brought the club its most successful era, the League Championship in 1978 and European Cup triumphs in 79 and 80. Forest's present-day team honoured Taylor's memory with their best display of the season. Steve Hodge opening the scoring after just 2 minutes, seizing onto Nigel Jemson's touch to mark his return from injury. Everton grabbed their first league win last weekend. They hadn't scored at the City Ground since April 1982. Neil MacDonald ended that barren spell with this superb 30-yard blast that levelled the scores after 12 minutes. But Forest were not to be denied. 7 minutes into the second half, Nigel Jemson found the net for the 8th time this season with a stylish chip over Southall that shows the quality of this young striker. And Jemson very much involved in Forest's third goal as well. It's his cross that drops nicely for Steve Hodge. 2 for the England international, a fine performance from Nottingham Forest.
George Graham complained that Arsenal weren't ruthless enough against Chester, which begs the question as to how much damage they'd have done if they'd really gone for it. Perry Groves put them in front on the night from Lee Dixon's cross after 10 minutes. The third division side weren't afraid to try to put Arsenal under pressure. The problem was that they had no answer to this kind of quality on the counter. David Rocastle had all the space he could possibly have needed and enough time to stop, think and then deliver just the cross that Groves wanted. Alan Smith went into the game having scored only 6 times in the whole of 1990. Vulnerable opposition provided the opportunity for a confidence boost, Smith nipping in front of goalkeeper Billy Stewart with a neat header. Smith had a part to play in the 4th goal as well with a flick header. Tony Adams, outnumbered by Chester bodies, scored anyway. The best goal of the night, though, was the last. Paul Merson, who scored the only goal of the first leg, sensed an opening as soon as he set off on his run. The chip was perfectly executed. It completed a 5-0 win on the night and a 6-0 aggregate victory.
Liverpool's 100% record was still intact when they travelled to Crewe for the second leg. Ian Rush was soon travelling in the direction of a hat-trick and a personal landmark. That was his 249th for Liverpool. Rush's knack of making scoring look simple isn't exclusive to him. Goalkeeper Grey Goose putting himself back in the limelight, Steve Staunton putting the ball in the back of his net. Effortless. In the second half, Rush moved to his latest milestone with the minimum of fuss. Barnes creating the diversion, Rush escaping all alone to chalk up the 250 in just 422 games for Liverpool. He was soon starting another collection. Liverpool was striding past all comers with the air of untouchables. The second week in October, and they devoured everything that had been put in front of them.
Spurs' 5-goal lead. It was barely 10 minutes before it was 6. Pat van den Hover's cross coming up, and it was guided in neatly by Paul Stewart. Hartlepool battled hard without seriously troubling Spurs. Then early in the second half, Stewart again shows his power, shrugging off Rob McKinnon to fire home. 2-0 on the night. This prompted the best from Hartlepool. The impressive Don Hutchison came surging through midfield, but his shot was beaten away by young Kevin Dearden. Midway through the half, Gazza the Great made the grand entrance. But in seconds, Paul Dalton had stolen his limelight. Joe Allen's flick, and Dalton smashes in the goal.
Late drama at Leyton Orient. The match was in stoppage time at Brisbane Road when Lee Harvey jumped with Charlton defender Darren Pitcher, who was penalised for handball. 2-2 in the first leg at Selhurst Park, so this was effectively one kick to win the tie. Steve Castle kept his cool with the penalty. Charlton will return to Selhurst in round 3 to face Crystal Palace.
Fitzroy Simpson led the way up the mountain, skillfully unlocking the Darlington defence there after only 15 minutes. Important for Swindon, they'd got that early breakthrough. They're rolling now, and 10 minutes later, Mickey Hazard's pass releases Sean Close. Now his shot leads to an own goal that makes it 2-0 on the night. Close was one of those only playing because 4 men were not available, and he levels the aggregate now. That's his first goal in 13 months. What a lovely time to score it. So with that sort of scoreline at half-time, Swindon could be patient in looking for the aggregate winner. They build up their moves as cleverly and patiently and accurately as ever, and finally it's Alan McLaughlin's close-quarter skills finishing the job. Swindon had come back from 3 goals behind. What a comeback.
Whereas Tony Cottee had dominated the away leg, Graham Sharp dominated at home with a hat-trick. He'd scored only 1 goal previously. Neil MacDonald was playing centre midfield, a role he looked very comfortable in during this phase of the season. Sharp again. Then as Wrexham tried to play the ball out of defence following Southall's long kick, MacDonald dispatched a superb first-time ball to Cottee, who got his 4th of the tie. Operating in a central position gives MacDonald more of an opportunity to get into the area. Sharp's control here enabling MacDonald to get the goal of the tie. Even at 4-0, Everton didn't let up. Typical of their aggression and professional approach on the night was young John Ebrell's goal. And to round off an overall 11-0 victory, Sharp completed his hat-trick.
Something had to give at Vicarage Road. Watford had lost all of their home matches this season, Norwich all of their away games. The First Division side in white at least had the insurance of a 2-0 first leg lead, extended to 3 when Jeremy Goss converted Robert Fleck's cross inside the first 10 minutes. Fleck was sent off when the two sides met at Carrow Road a fortnight ago, but had a much more straightforward night here. extending the advantage in the second half with Goss this time the provider. Goss completed an excellent personal night by scoring the third himself. Watford, bottom of the second division, weren't good enough, according to manager Colin Lee, who said their season is becoming a nightmare. Leeds, one down from the first leg against Leicester, were still goalless with 15 minutes left at Ellen Road on Wednesday. The commentator's Brian Moore.
It brings Leeds level. Strachan goes away delighted. So as Strachan's corner comes in there, yes, it's an own goal by Steve Walsh. Leeds are in the lead. James, dominant header there. Haddock laying it forward almost lazily towards Kamara. Speed. Good shot! It's there! Fantastic goal by Gary Speed. Strachan, Speed, trying to get Kamara in. Paris has made a mistake here. Kamara plays it back for Strachan. It's another one.
Chelsea have had their fair share of recent League Cup embarrassments, but were comfortable against 4th Division Walsall. Gordon Jury headed the opening goal to add to the 5 they scored at the Bescot Stadium a fortnight ago. Dennis Wise and Kevin Wilson were involved in the build-up to the second goal. Kerry Dixon left all alone to put Chelsea 7-0 ahead on aggregate. Bobby Campbell's side have gone out of the competition at this stage to 4th Division opponents in each of the past 2 seasons. A brief reminder of humiliations by Scunthorpe and Scarborough, provided by the hapless defending that allowed Stuart Rimmer to lift in a Walsall consolation. That was the only blip in the tie for Chelsea though, as they scored twice more to complete a 9-1 aggregate victory. Dixon's confident finish for his second of the night, certainly a sign of encouragement for his manager. The Chelsea number 9, whose flick had set up Jury's opener, then provided the cross from which Graham Lasso completed the victory. Derby County, level at 1-1 after the first leg, needed a fast start to get the better of 4th Division Carlisle. Here's Alan Parry.
Pickering looking for Harford and finding him well. In fact, he was pushed from behind by Methven, and the free kick taken quickly and it's gone in. What an incredible start. Less than a minute gone, and the quick thinking of Dean Saunders has given Derby a dream start.
Nottingham Forest were never in danger at Burnley, but the League Cup holders did have a 19-match unbeaten run in the competition to defend. They extended it to 20, Gary Crosby steadying himself before slotting in the only goal of the second leg. Forest 5-1 winners on aggregate. Notts County was seeking to join their neighbours in round 3. They took a 1-0 first leg lead to Oldham. Clive Tilsley saw this one.
Marshall's head. Holden's head. Rick Holden! Risky header by Jobson. Bartlett's in. He's taken the tumble. Penalty. Referee thought long and hard and pointed to the spot. Tommy Johnson will take the kick. John Hall was saved from him in the first leg, but Johnson followed up and got the rebound. Not this time. It wasn't necessary. Bartlett's got outside Barrett. Barrett does enough. Still a chance though for Robinson, and that'll give Notts County breathing space for the first time in the tie. Cracking goal by Phil Robinson. On by Palmer. Marshall onside and clear for a moment. Tackle from behind by Shaw. Penalty. Notts County are furious. They felt Craig Shaw played the ball.
but the penalty is given. This is a very, very key moment in this cup tie, and it's fallen to Neil Redfern. 2-2, Oldham Athletic back in business. It's all a bit hit and hope. Curry. Oh, that's not loose. Oldham a level again. A precious and dramatic goal from substitute David Curry. What a time to score his first for Oldham. Marshall. Great chance for Curry. He's done it again. It's hot Curry night in Oldham. Holden's corner. Headed from Malden. That will throw it up for Oldham.
Alex Ferguson has been less than impressed with Manchester United's struggles against a Halifax side who are bottom of the 4th Division. United needed 2 late goals to win the first leg 3-1 and a penalty to get them going on Wednesday. Lee Martin was brought down by Paul Fleming with 3 minutes to go to half-time. United's first spot kick of the season converted by Steve Bruce. They extended their advantage just before the hour mark. Viv Anderson making the most of a rare appearance to head a rare goal. Goals have been in short supply too for Halifax. We're into the 2nd week in October and they've still yet to score in the league this season. Dave Evans' first leg free kick was added to at Old Trafford by a header from Tony Gregory, delighting the travelling support but doing nothing for Ferguson's mood. Newcastle's hopes of overturning a 2-0 deficit at home to Middlesbrough were ultimately undone by Mick Quinn's indiscipline. John Helm.
Phillips, he's turned it straight to Faraday. He's got good pace, Wayne Faraday. Outstripped the cover. There's no support out on this touchline. Has to come back inside. Floats the crossover to the far post. Headed away by Cooper. Aitken lobs it back in. Anderson has made the run forward. Anderson with a great chance. And Newcastle have got their goal. In from Scott. Quinn stretching and deflecting the ball to Faraday. He's got time to play in a good cross. Well, that's what happened last time. He got it onto the left foot. Here's the ball for Quinn. It wouldn't have counted. It still won't count, no matter what he does. And an altercation here that George Courtney must step into. Yes, Mickey Quinn's challenge on the Middlesbrough goalkeeper there infuriated Middlesbrough's defenders, and George Courtney says, you can't do that. Oh, and in fact it's a red card for Quinn. George Courtney thought long and hard about it and decides that Quinn must go to the dressing room, and what a blow for Newcastle, reduced to 10 men.
Lutons came unstuck at 3rd Division Bradford City. An own goal by Julian James giving Bradford a first half lead. Luton scored an excellent equaliser, a superb finish by Northern Ireland international Kingsley Black to force the game into extra time and then the drama of penalties. Ian Dowie was the unfortunate Luton man who missed from the spot, giving Bradford the chance to clinch victory, which they duly did. Gavin Oliver keeping cool to set up a lucrative 3rd round visit to Tottenham Hotspur.
Minutes gone, and Manchester United's corner. Pallister going towards the near post. Bruce coming in behind him. Oh, and Leclerc was just trying to apply a final touch, and anything gentler than that must surely have gone in. A couple of minutes to go to half-time. And Limpar made a long run to get himself involved, and Keith Hackett has given the goal. Arsenal have stolen a goal here, and
And the player that they're calling their new match winner, well, he hasn't won the game here, but he's caught out Seeley. Irwin. Well, matches between Arsenal and Manchester United are rarely occasions for the purist. Feelings running over again, but they're always pulsating matches that need firm refereeing. And Keith Hackett will always give the players a chance when he feels there is some doubt. Phelan on... oh, it was Irwin, wasn't it, who was lucky. That was totally unnecessary. Well, maybe that's carrying sympathy too far from the referee. And look what's happened as a result of it. Look at this. This is disgraceful. It's a free-for-all. And how will the referee be able to sort it all out? Alec Ferguson has had to come from the bench to try and intervene to restore some order. David Rocastle was sent off playing here back in 1987 in just such a similar skirmish. Winterburn is cautioned. And Anders Limpar is getting a very, very strict talking to. And a name going into the book and a yellow card. When I thought for a fraction of a second for that high tangle with Irwin, remember what had happened before. McClare was lashing out and the ball was the last thing on his mind. And Nigel Winterburn did well to get up from that.
So Gillespie at the back with Glenn Hussein. McMahon, of course, in midfield. And a very powerful front line. Here's Rush going for it, getting in front of Butterworth. And Barnes. Barnes with a shot. And a touch over for the first corner. Blades got in the way of Barnes' shot. And it's going to be a quick one, taken to Nicol, who's pushed up from right back. From Houghton, Nicol will get the cross in. And it's a good one. And powered straight in by Gary Gillespie. Gillespie in less than 90 seconds. Venison with plenty of time. Nicely picked up by Dale Gordon. Power. And here's Fox. Great effort, it's in! Will Fox has pulled one back. A great strike by the 22-year-old Norwich forward.
The best contest in the First Division yesterday, Leeds United's game with Queen's Park Rangers. It looked over as a contest with the home side 2 up in 17 minutes. Chris White's first goal for Leeds, followed smartly by Gordon Strachan, pickpocketing Kenny Sampson and making off to set up Lee Chapman for a second. Rangers without an away win this season, apparently without hope of one. And yet they were levelled by half-time. Paul Parker and Simon Barker prompting the comeback. Ray Wilkins making his annual visit to the opponent's penalty area, halving the deficit. Roy Wegley's 7-goal start to the season has been laced with some moments of real grace and no little impudence. When he puts it all together, he really is something to behold. He's a QPR number 10, all right. Some goal, some game all of a sudden. The next goal was always likely to be decisive. Leeds should have scored it. Danny Maddox pushing his luck. Lee Chapman winning a penalty. Rangers' new goalkeeper, Jan Stejskal, waiting and hoping. But Gordon Strachan lost out to the crossbar. The stage was set for Wegley's big finish. The real showmen not only have an eye for how to score, but when to score. Wilkins ushering the star of the show forward. Roy Wegley's 9th of the season leads to QPR 3.
When Crystal Palace last came to Goodison Park in March, they were soundly thrashed 4-0 and described as the worst side to visit all season. Now they're defending an unbeaten record and defending it confidently. They're a tough side to break down. It was tough to watch for the Everton fans. If you manage to get past Eric Young and Andy Thorne, you deserve a bravery award, or certainly a better result than that. Graham Sharp's frustration echoing round Goodison Park.
The last 5 games between these two teams have produced no fewer than 30 goals, so the fans at Stamford Bridge were eagerly expecting another net-busting spectacular. Only the crossbar prevented Chelsea from taking the lead. Gordon Dury struck ferociously from 25 yards. Dury has had more than his fair share of injuries, showing he can still hit the target. England fullback Stuart Pearce packs a fair wallop too. Goalkeeper Dave Besant furiously organising his wall. And Besant, an England colleague of Pearce, needed to be at his sharpest to keep out this typical free kick. Well, Besant kept Forrest out all day. He nearly threw it all away. And this clearance presented Forrest with a golden opportunity. Fortunately for Chelsea, Steve Hodge put that shot wide.
City ahead in no time, but not at full time. 40 seconds gone, and let's just say Niall Quinn won the penalty from Derby County's Michael Forsyth. Peter Shilton almost won the penalty prize, but Mark Ward's kick sneaked in with little help from hand and post. City came within 17 minutes of victory over a Derby team with only 2 points to their name, but what Derby do have is Dean Saunders, a fabulous equaliser, right up there with that Clive Allen goal at Chelsea last year. City foiled again.
Tottenham are making headlines before the game after the stock exchange suspended dealings in the club's shares. To make matters worse, England captain Gary Lineker was replaced by Paul Walsh after sustaining a head injury in the international against Poland. It didn't matter. Walsh proved to be more than a handful for Dave Bassett's side. Walsh forcing home his first goal after David Howell's header came back off the bar. Sheffield's misery increased in a moment of madness. Fullback David Barnes deliberately struck the ball against the linesman. And Barnes receiving the red card for a second bookable offence. Sheffield's 10 men overrun now. And Naheem continued his fine form this season by adding a second goal minutes later. Fine through ball from Walsh. Fine finish from the Spanish midfield man. And all this happened in the second half. Spurs on their way to their biggest league win of the season. Before today, Paul Walsh hadn't managed a goal. But he tormented the Sheffield defenders. Sheffield all at sea as Walsh jinks in once again. And he wasn't finished yet. Closing moments now. And the Walsh hat-trick from Paul Stewart. And Walsh in to beat Simon Tracy. 4 more goals for Spurs. They remain unbeaten and keep the pressure on Arsenal and Liverpool at the top of the table.
Southampton don't travel well. They've not won away from home in the league this season. At Coventry, a couple of doses of Matthew Le Tissier was enough to settle them down. Though Peter Billing administered an own goal straight from the coaching manual, a flick header, up, over and in. Lately, the fireworks for Coventry have all exploded off the pitch. Though Cyril Regis is still sparkling, his cousin's the sprinter John Regis. With that pedigree, Neil Ruddock left with really no alternative. Brian Borrow stepped into Brian Kilcline's shoes for the day and for 1-1 before half-time. But dose number 2 of Le Tissier came free of additives. Effortless manner, economy of movement, perfect result. 2-1, Le Tissier's third of the season.
Perhaps Luton were a bit rusty after such a long layoff, but they were caught at Roker Park by 2 comparatively early goals. 12 minutes, Peter Davenport looking for a through ball for Gabbiadini. John Dreyer gets in a mess. Gabbiadini doesn't need a second invitation. Marco Gabbiadini's 6th goal of the season. He's only 22, but very much at home in the First Division. 31 minutes gone now, and Luton concede another after looking quite secure at the back. Bennett gets another attack going. Now Gabbiadini is left with far too much room in midfield, and he gets at the defence. He finds Peter Davenport here, and it's a great shot. Peter Davenport with the second goal. Gabbiadini was hurt in that one, but certainly not as hurt as Luton Town. The final score, Sunderland 2, Luton 0.
Pallister waits for the corner. It's Steve Bruce though. It's Brian McClare. It's United in front. McClare makes the breakthrough. Lee Sharp taking on Phillips again. The contests between the United wingers and the Wrexham fullbacks really have been absolutely gripping. And this fella's never far away from the contest. Hughes all the way. Penalty. A double breakthrough on the cards. Nigel Beaumont upended Mark Hughes. Now, who's got the better nerve? Steve Bruce, just. Header away by Bowden. Sharp finding Webb. That's another teaser towards Steve Bruce. Good header under pressure. Gary Pallister, great goal! Oh, he enjoyed that.
Cowans gets it through to David Platt. Tried to turn Bergamy. Tried a shot, but Bergamy was wise to it. Birch now trying to get Cascarino in.
Nielsen, a terrific shot! A fabulous goal for Villa! Ken Nielsen! A terrific shot, and just the start Villa wanted. An amazing goal in his first of the season. What a terrific shot. There was no stopping that one.
Well, it's what Villa needed. There'd been no penetration up until now, and even now there wasn't, but what a great shot.
They through for Pizzi. Good clearance though by Mountfield. Back up to Daly. Now will Daly take on Bergamy? Notice how quickly Mateus got back still. It's only Daly! Good save by Zenger. And it needed to be.
Without doubt, let's go to the daunting task of Inter Milan in the San Siro Stadium. They might feel they need another one. Daly.
Oh, the back pass for Cowans. They're in disarray for the moment as Platt comes in. Price comes in. Platt! Oh! Against the crossbar.
Well, that was bad luck. That was the one they needed to kill the game off, really.
Yes, we seem to think he probably hit his head on the dugout, Trapattoni, and he's now just moved outside the dugout to make sure it doesn't happen.
It's getting desperate when managers at the dugouts.
Cascarino.
Here's Platt! Here's a chance! Yes. It's a great goal! David Platt, number 2 for Villa! The Villa bench are on their feet, and the familiar smiling face of David Platt makes it 2 for Aston Villa. What a great piece of finishing again. A lovely ball played in by Cowans.
And there's Platt. Ice cold finishing as Zena comes out. And the wheel wheels away in delight. Cascarino's touch. Cowan's was the killer touch. And this is the killer finish. 2-0, David Platt.
Gascoigne slipped Keane impeccably. And it's opened up, and Gascoigne very nearly produced the perfect goal. Jemson, Clough to the left, and Parker. Oh, Clough! He gets there, he scores! And the long wait is over for Nigel Clough. Jemson. Hodge was a little too eager then, but the ball caught up with him. Parker, oh, and it's Roy Keane off the bar. An incident totally in keeping with this marvellous match. Gascoigne. Stewart. It had to come. It had to come. Walker thinking about attack. Jemson. And Des Walker, who's never scored for Forest. Can he do it now? Torsvett's out of position. Crosby's got the ball. The goal is open. And it's blocked by Howells. Well, Eric Torsvett having to kick away from Des Walker and then left stranded. But David Howells with a wonderful rescue for Tottenham. Oh, it's Howells again! What a hero! What a game he's had!
Peter Beardsley supplied the missing link for number 1, John Barnes supplied the killer pass, and Ian Rush supplied the killer touch. It was almost as if Beardsley and Barnes were the Liverpool warm-up act for another piece of star finishing from Rush, his 8th goal of the season. Then it was solo spot time for Barnes for number 2. He glides past defenders with perfect balance and perfect control, but it's the delivery that sets him apart. Steve Nicol a grateful beneficiary at the far post. But there was a price to pay for the Barnes brilliance. The England winger limped off in the second half with a hamstring injury, having made his mark and effectively won the match. 2 crosses, 2 goals. Steve Nicol's first of the season.
Arsenal are hanging in gamely. Sunderland were hanging on at Highbury with 15 minutes to go. Anders Limpar going nowhere, helped on his way by a needless challenge from John Kay. No arguments with the decision, although Paul Bracewell had something to say to Kay. Limpar remained on the critical list until he was absolutely certain the penalty had been given. Everybody say, ah. Lee Dixon made absolutely certain Arsenal stayed unbeaten and in touch with the tear-away title pace, but only just. Arthur wanted to take it quickly. Third time lucky to read. Ward. Quinn. Alistair there, still a chance for Quinn. Chance for White, 1-0. David White gives Manchester City the lead. Hendry. White first to it. Irwin in. Poynton. On towards Ward. Redmond. Heath, lovely flick. David White with another great chance. Oh, I say, what a fabulous goal.
goals in 5 minutes for David White and for Manchester City. Web tricked. He was up number 3-1 then. We're altogether happy with his current form, the Manchester United skipper. It may be coincidence, but he feels that it's taken a bit of a nosedive since he got that black armband. He's playing in quite a forward role in midfield today. United needs somebody to get up in support of Hughes. They've got plenty up for the free kick. Hughes! Just when you need something from him most, Mark Hughes comes up with it. Adrian Heath with Peter Reid available short. Neil Poynton. Hendry's header. David White. Oh, denied a hat-trick by the crossbar. Alan Harper. Way by Webb. Hit Bruce. Peter Reid. Well, he's frustrated, but how does David White feel? Paul Ince. Lee Martin. Harper's outstretched leg. Hendry still forward. Now, never quite sure what he's going to do next. Quinn. Hendry going on. A moment of glory. Isn't it just? Flying high. Colin Hendry makes it 3-1 for Manchester City. Steve Redmond. Ian Brightwell. Lost out to McClare. Chance here for Brian McClare. They're closing in, but McClare is good enough. And with 9 minutes left to go, Manchester United have hope again. Redmond under pressure. Wallace is in. Corner kick. Manchester United fans believe again. Got plenty to think about at the moment, Manchester City. Bruce is there with a header. It's in. Brian McClare's equalised. 2 goals in 3 minutes from Brian McClare. United are level. The Cheshire Cat smile belongs to Brian McClare. It's shared by every Manchester United fan.
Dave Stringer's Norwich side may be coming good again. He's been forced to shuffle the pack. 18-year-old Lee Powers, the new trump card. And Queen's Park Rangers just couldn't follow suit. Both Rangers and Norwich are on the inconsistent side of championship material, but when Norwich put it together, they look as good as anybody. David Phillips helped spoil a home debut for the Czech international goalkeeper Jan Stoichkol. Rangers have won just one of their last 4 league games. They're leaning heavily on the shoulders of Roy Wegerle's slender frame. Wegerle found the touch again after being tripped. 10 goals this season. Now Dave Stringer would have been a handy man to know in a gold rush. He unearths nugget after nugget long after you believe the mine's been exhausted. A debut against Liverpool last week for Lee Power, 2 goals this week. The First Division, he'd be wondering what all the fuss is about.
From off Andy Thorne. McGee hitting it well on the turn. A fabulous goal! What an amazing goal, Paul McGee. And Wright first to show. Nipped in there towards Thomas! An equaliser! And Wimbledon's going to be pushed back again as it finds Silako. Hurled in again to Ian Wright. Good ball by Silako, right! And now Humphrey! There's a goal! John Humphrey! Right. Free. Silako. In towards Mark Bright, played down for Andy Gray. That's number 3. Earl to Fashanu. John Fashanu. A little chip. A brilliant goal. A Absolutely brilliant goal. Hodges. Across to Bright. It's another one. Mark Bright. Sanchez. Scales. Might come from McGee. Not another one, surely. McGee. Splendid goal. 4-3.
Derby County in yellow ended their worrying wait for a First Division win with a 7th-minute goal in the Southampton sunshine. Mick Harford succeeding with the boot where he couldn't with his head. Russell Osman hit the woodwork for Saints, but Derby deserved their long-delayed success.
So David Priest in for Dowie. Nice accurate ball, but has he got the help in midfield? He has from Williams. Hit out to Elstrup, who sticks to this left touch line. A lot of Everton players have come back though. David Priest, and this time it's Richard Harvey on the touch line. Dowie over the far side. This is Elstrup. Beautifully worked by Luton Town. Not picked up at all by the big men in the Everton defence. And that's his first home goal since last December. So a throw into Everton. Never won a game on this pitch. Trailing by 1 goal at the moment. Turned aside by Sharp. Eberl in here, it's a nice one. And Nevin's almost got it. He has. And that was bad play by the Luton defence, but very sharp play by Pat Nevin.
Sheffield United against Coventry City was a game crying out for somebody to make a name for himself in the early stages of the relegation struggle. Sadly, United number 11 Ian Bryson was that name. His back pass presented Cyril Regis with a chance to tumble a penalty award out of keeper Simon Tracy. No arguments entertained. Just 9 minutes left, so the last thing that penalty taker Brian Borrows needed was a visit from United's Brian Marwood, invited to leave in time-honoured David Speedy fashion. Borrows turned a blind eye to all diversions and duly won the game by sending Tracy the wrong way. A long, hard winter ahead for Vinny and co.
First to Smith. First again, trying his luck against Poynton and wrong-footing the fullback. Groves! Oh, where did he come from? Perry Groves gives Arsenal the lead. 20 minutes of this second half gone. Smith, Adams, 2-0, Tony Adams. Alan Harper almost kept it out on the line. 6 minutes seems hardly enough time to score twice. Quinn there yet again. Allen! Clive Allen pulls one back.
It was never going to be easy for Everton at Bramall Lane. Struggling in the league, they're in even more trouble when United's Carl Bradshaw put Sheffield in front. More problems for the Everton boss, who'd already seen Dave Watson sent off for a foul on Brian Deane. 10 minutes from the end, Deane gained his revenge when he scored United's second. There was just time for Everton to get onto the scoreline when United's John Pemberton put through his own goal, but it was all too late. Final score, Sheffield United 2, Everton 1.
Borough full of good passing movements. Paul Kerr ramming in his 4th goal since returning to the side. It was another player on his way back who nearly doubled the lead. Trevor Putney starting his first game for 8 months, so close to celebrations against his old club. But the Norwich knockout was really confirmed 10 minutes before half-time, thanks to another John Hendry wonder goal. Earlier in the month he ran the length of the pitch to score the goal of his life. This time he produced the runner-up. Certainly, John will never hit a better shot than this one. And Norwich could find no answer to that. Borough really are back.
And it's Oliver has scored. And that is a real shock. Bradford City have the lead. But now, what can Gascoigne do about that? What can Gascoigne do about that? Well, he's given his answer in the best possible fashion with a quite stunning goal. But now, here comes Paul Allen. Lineker, back for Allen. Stewart! Another goal of great simplicity.
United laying claim to a lion's share of possession in midfield. Owen's cross, Grobbelaar came in, was nowhere. Appeals for handball given. Penalty to United. Joe Worrell had no doubts. The swinging cross by Dennis Irwin caused Liverpool all sorts of problems. Bruce Grobbelaar came a long way and was a long way from it. And it was handball beyond the far post by Steve Nicol. Now, how's your nerves, Steve Bruce? This is a big, big penalty. Nine minutes to go to half-time. A great chance for Manchester United. And Bruce has taken it. That's what it means to him. Hughes. He'll try his luck. It's in. 2 goals in a minute. Mark Hughes is mobbed. Manchester United fans in heaven. A typical Hughes goal. He's never been shot shy. Now Beardsley with a little bit of space. Three in the penalty area waiting. Staunton just outside, Mulvey. Staunton. McMahon with shooting space, blocked by Ince. Rush trying to make something of it. This won't happen for Ian Rush against Manchester United. McMahon to Houghton. Beardsley. Nicol. Mulvey. 4 waiting inside the box. Ian Rush! Where will it end for him? The sort of chance that seems to be meat and drink to Ian Rush against any other team in the Football League. It's amazing. Webb with the corner. Palace is there again. Grobbelaar a little bit uncertain. Sharp, it's there! That'll do it for Manchester United. 19-year-old Lee Sharp drives in. What will surely be the winner now. Gary Pallister was almost in there again. There was an attempted handball in front of Bruce Grobbelaar, which rather put him off by McClare. But Sharp hammered it through where there didn't seem to be a way through. And those bitter memories of what happened to Manchester United at Anfield last month are being steadily erased. Ray Houghton
took a deflection and in. Rayhan will claim the goal. Liverpool have got 7 minutes to find 2 more. Nothing City could do about it as it hit Gary Pallister. But it's still a Forest corner, which Crosby loops over. Well, Laws nearly sat on the ball, but it worked to his advantage. And now Crosby in a good position to conjure something up for Forest here. It's going to come out to Parker! A screaming goal from Gary Parker. It's his first of the season. This is a good ball for Adcock. He struggled manfully not to handle the ball, and the linesman was right there. And he's done well. He's played it forward for Barlow. He's played in some telling crosses and applies another one, but this time it was straight at a Forest man, and Keane is able to break for Forest with Gaynor going through the middle, Jemson on his left, and it's Jemson he chooses. And Jemson has once got into the penalty area to good effect, tries to get it onto his left foot. Here's Nigel Jemson, it's 2. Superbly taken.
Lawsy, where are you going?
Well, I hope somebody's got the answer. But Plymouth, meanwhile, have pulled a goal back. Danny Salmon up there, and it's Salmon who takes the salute.
Micklewhite with the corner. Oh, it's a good and Mick Harford has beaten Tony Norman and scored his 2nd goal in a matter of days. Smith. Oh, Harford's taking it from him. Micklewhite. Saunders in the middle for the cross. And it's gone in! Turned in high towards Harford. And he won it well. Oh, a magnificent goal by Mick Harford. Micklewhite again available on the right. First time cross aimed at Harford. Far side and clears. Made it straight to him. It's a hat-trick for Mick Harford. Aside. Onside, Ramage. It's number 5. As Pickering turns it forward to Saunders. Can Saunders get his goal? He lays it on. Oh! When he could have scored it, he didn't. But young Ramage says thanks very much, because I am delighted to find the net.
And Blackburn Rovers were given an early taste of his magic with just 7 minutes on the clock. Mark Falco finishing off with a perfect lob. 2nd Division Rovers, though, quickly recovered. Keith Hill, the man to strike, heading John Miller's corner past an unprotected Jan Stagekull. But Rangers, winners in just 1 of their previous 5 matches, regained the lead before half-time. Kenny Sansom with the cross, and Simon Barker heading home his first goal of the season against his former club. And that was how it ended. The final score, Queen's Park Rangers 2, Blackburn 1.
Pearson got to it, speed. Chapman! Beautifully taken on the turn. Jump by Pearson. Not that he has to jump particularly high with his natural build. Strachan, Batty, the flag has stayed down.
It was West Ham who took the lead after just 11 minutes. Keane was allowed a free shot at goal, and Trevor Morley blasted home the rebound. The equaliser came on 17 minutes. A bit messy, but who cares? Mark Steen and Lee Nogan were in the build-up, and Martin Foyle got the vital touch. Minutes later, United should have been in front when Mark Steen won a penalty against Foster. Paul Simpson seemed to be in too much of a hurry to take it. No joy for him or Foyle with the follow-up. The second half wasn't as fast, a bit flat at times. Chances for both teams to win it. Mark Steen was close here. But right on the whistle, Paul Simpson pulled off a dazzling run. And Jim Magilton popped in his first goal for the club.
Millwall's hopes of a cup upset were ruined in part by one of their former favourites, Tony Cascarino, bundling in the opening goal from virtually on the line, one he was grateful to claim. It was only his 5th in a Villa shirt since his move north from Millwall in March. The home side, with Inter Milan on their minds, made heavy weather of solid and spirited second division opposition and were grateful for a rather fortunate penalty award to seal the victory. Ian Ormondroyd apparently having his shirt tugged by Keith Stevens. Roger Milford's decision as much a mystery to those in the stands as it was to those in yellow. No doubt about David Platt's penalty though. Aston Villa at home to Middlesbrough in round 4.
Jury might get away here, and he takes some catching. Chelsea flooding into the centre. Wise is there, and a goal for Graham Lasso. Cascarino. Bumstead got him very well. He's been doing that down the years. Lasso kept his balance, kept the ball off the post and back to the goalkeeper. So this time only getting it as far as Cowans. David Platt is left disappointed by a whistle that might well have been for offside, but could also have been for half-time.
Travelled to Highfield Road on the back of an impressive cup win at Manchester City, but they left it very late. There were only 7 minutes to go when Anders Limpar conjured up a great goal out of nothing. A thunderous left foot shot left Steve Agrizovic clutching at thin air. Well, Limpar's never been out of the headlines this season, and this magnificent goal, his 7th, confirms his newsworthy status. Even at £1 million, he's turning out to be a real bargain. 3 minutes to go now. Getting the ball from Winterburn, right-footed this time, helped by a deflection off Peter Billing. But 3 more points for Arsenal, and George Graham's team still unbeaten.
Lee Sharp has provided United with a prodigious supply of crosses, a much better balance since he was recalled to the side, combining with Danny Wallace, who set up Neil Webb for number 1. Palace losing their unbeaten record at Old Trafford. Danny Wallace latching onto Webb's pass this time. Wallace, who's lost weight and gained confidence, making it look easy, which it certainly wasn't. 2-0 United.
Caretaker manager Jimmy Gabriel took over from the departed Colin Harvey in the week, but Everton's first goal owed more to the sort of luck that really might have saved Harvey from the axe. Mike Newell, after 22 minutes, beating the offside trap, and Jan Stayskal to give Everton the lead. A very close thing, but a good finish from Newell. Everton high on confidence now, on the hour. There's a miscue at the back for Rangers, and Nevin from close in makes it 2. Last minute now, Neil MacDonald makes sure of all 3 points.
Leeds 9th, Forest 10th, that little to choose beforehand. And Leeds really playing Forest at their own game. Sharp, slick interchange of passing that ended with Lee Chapman scoring against his old club. A sweet goal and a sweet moment for Chapman. Alan Rowe will never go down as one of Brian Clough's favourite haunts, and he must have feared the worst when Tommy Gaynor handled following that cross. Gordon Strachan, who's involved in just about everything that Leeds do, took the penalty to make it 2-0. Now, what's the difference between a long ball and a long pass? Probably when Strachan plays it. Picking out Chapman, speed, McAllister, 3-0. Well, hardly a game goes by for Forest without Nigel Jemson scoring, but this one not much of a consolation for Brian Clough. But another good example of Jemson's excellent close control, his 9th of the season. Both these two suffered Rumbelows Cup setbacks in midweek. Sunderland's was more embarrassing, 6-0 at Derby. Gordon Armstrong chasing and providing Peter Davenport with his 5th of the season. City had Neil Poynton's perseverance to thank for their equaliser. Mark Ward then taking over, Niall Quinn getting up where the air's thinner, and David White with his 3rd of the week. City still unbeaten in the league since the opening day.
It's 3 wins in a week now for Derby, their season getting into gear at last. Luton not the best of travellers, they give away a penalty, handball on the line by David Preece. Dean Saunders, goal number 5 of the year for the Welsh international. Just after half-time, Luton are level. Lars Elstrup, who's having such a good season for them, and the equaliser, well taken by Kingsley Black. But Derby get that first win at the baseball ground this season with a splendid effort from Nigel Callaghan. Callaghan on loan from the Villa. A great strike beyond Alec Chamberlain.
Things are beginning to look up for Norwich. That draw against Liverpool, victory at Queen's Park Rangers, and now a comfortable win over bottom place Sheffield United. David Phillips picking out the isolated Tim Sherwood for number 1. 10 minutes into the second half, Vinnie Jones clearing United lines. It was Ian Crook who stepped up a gear, got round the back, and it was Vinnie who got his bearings all wrong. But it was vintage Norwich for number 3. They come and go at Carrow Road, but Dave Stringer and David Williams stick to their principles and insist the game be played the way it was always meant to be played. Dale Gordon should have scored. David Phillips made sure. 3-0, Sheffield United still without a league win this season.
The 5,500 fans at Plough Lane saw one of the strangest goals of the season so far. Watch for confusion at the back from Southampton between Mickey Adams and Tim Flowers. It'll go down as a keeper's own goal, and that's cruel. The Saints get their equaliser from a penalty. That isn't the infringement, that one is. Roger Joseph on Alan Shearer, and Matthew Le Tissier gets the point. Wimbledon still can't win at Plough Lane.
Rush, Albee, Staunton towards Burrows, just nicking it back for McMahon. A bit of space out here now for Nicol. Suddenly the red shirts are coming forward. There are 4 of them up there now, supporting Steve Nicol. One of them is Jan Molby. A little chip there towards Rush. And Liverpool have scored a goal. They came, we thought, to defend. We feared for Tottenham on the breakaway. And it was almost in slow motion there. We were looking around to see whether there was an infringement somewhere almost, but a lovely little bit of play again by Molby. Saying about his passing. Now what about that? Perfect. A rush, a flick over Torstvedt, and Liverpool in the lead. Beardsley. Molby. Burrows. It's a lovely little ball in. It's another one for Rush. Oh, no argument. A terrific strike by Liverpool. Coming in the first place from an unlikely quarter with Dave Burrows making his run. And what a great ball in here. Inviting rush, an invitation he accepted with his usual style. That's a good free kick by Gascoigne though, and it had Nicol at full stretch to get it away. Mitchell Thomas turning it back in once more. Howe didn't get a touch to it. Howe against the post. Lineker! And Spurs are back in business.
Well, it's certainly warmed up now.
We saw the two sides of Paul Gascoigne there. I mean, it was stupid the way he hit the ball at Rush there, but then he floated in this magical free kick. Howell's hit the post. It rebounds then to Lineker. And it's 2-1 now to Liverpool. It's a Tottenham free kick. Fouled by Hussein, quickly taken by Walsh. And cut out well by Ablett just when it looked as though Howell's ball might go through to Lineker. Now Ablett, Lineker up, or rather Beardsley up alongside him, and so too is Rush. It's there for Beardsley!
Well, that's a great move.
Fantastic run by Peter Beardsley. And a great breakaway goal by Liverpool. Ablett's part in it was magnificent.
Good cross by Rush.
In the League Cup, Pompey looked to be safely on their way through to the last 16 when Mark Chamberlain shot them ahead. Then came a goal to savour.
On to Chamberlain. Clark calling for the high ball to the far post, and he meets it. Oh, it hits the top of the bar. Oh, what a tremendous goal! Whittingham has made it 2 with one of the goals of the season.
A goal to grace any arena. Colin Clark headed onto the bar, and a great overhead kick from Guy Whittingham. Chelsea should have been finished, but they came back with 3 goals in the last 9 minutes. David Lee struck first. Then Dennis Wise put away the penalty. And with seconds to go, Chelsea grabbed the winner.
They tried to put the steel back in their game, but when John Gittins' timing proved rusty, the free kick proved costly. Sheffield defender Nigel Pearson moved upfield and beat the home defence. So deadlock broken after the goalless first match.
Klinsmann, such pace, Klinsmann! It's a goal! Klinsmann for Inter Milan!
Mateus with the free kick. Floated once again there, across the goal there. And in he goes! That time it's Bertie! And there really is trouble for Villa now. Gray's header falls only for Bremer. And an offside surely against Klinsmann. But not given. Beatsy. Stopped by Paul McGrath. That's out of play, surely? Nope. And touched it again there by Bianchi.
Now Phillips has given it away to Ince. Ince looking dangerous. It's a great run this by Ince. Turned in by the goal poacher, Mark Robbins. But here's the man who engineered that goal. A marvellous run by Paul Ince. Alistair forward, marked closely by Nigel Beaumont, the number 5. But Pallister reaches it and kept off the line at first, but I'm afraid as far as Wrexham are concerned, it wasn't enough because following in with Bruce, and that's 2-0.
Crystal Palace had a rough night away to Leyton Orient, the League Cup's last remaining third division club. trip to Southampton was the prize on offer. Palace claimed it in the 89th minute thanks to Ian Wright's cross and Mark Bright's header. Harsh on Orient, for whom Lee Harvey had hit the bar in the first half.
Right. Remember, 11 years ago today, Palace beat Arsenal, the only time in the league. 1-0. Is it going to be 1-0 here? The flag is up. Salako is stopped in his tracks. And I must say, at first evidence, he did look offside. Bright. Oh, and Wright, will he reach it? He does! David Seaman got his body to the ball, and that was what stood between Crystal Palace and Ian Wright in particular, and a goal. Davis over Humphrey, collected by Campbell, and then by Limpar. Arsenal away from home, coming strong in the second half again, but Limpar with this succession of goals behind him couldn't manage another one. And Palace mightily grateful for that. Nigel Martin stayed upright until he had to go down.
Liverpool are just 2 points short of a perfect start in the league. They looked true perfectionists against Luton. Their passing game was quality plus, but the biggest plus of all was Ian Rush. Steve McMahon split Gazza's nose last week. Here he is splitting the Luton defence. It was Steve Nicol who was sent crashing there, giving the popular Jan Molby an opportunity to end his Anfield career on a high note, scoring number 2 from the penalty spot. Molby destined for Barcelona next week. Number 3 was another clinical example of Liverpool at their best. Beardsley with an Oscar-winning pass. Rush again. That was magnificent. Now this is the Anfield secret, pass and move. Ray Houghton exchanging passes with Peter Beardsley. The First Division's leading scorer now with 10. Liverpool's entertainment rating, 10 out of 10.
This was a tremendous match at White Hart Lane. 9 minutes gone, Gascoigne's corner, and Paul Stewart with his first league goal of the season. There's an error, though, from Paul Gascoigne now. That back pass, and Alan Cork, well, he knows too much to miss them from that distance. Wimbledon, with a splendid record against Spurs in recent years, take the lead through Paul McGee. He really does hit them well from that range. Identikit goal for Spurs just before half-time. Gascoigne's corner, Stewart the flick, Gary Mabbott, the skipper, with the equaliser. Spurs had much the better of things in the second half, but they had to wait until the last 5 minutes to get the points. Walsh, so sharp on the near post. Walsh really is the super sub these days. And now Blackwell on Naheem. A penalty for Gary Lineker, who had an outstanding match by all accounts. 4-2. What a splendid afternoon's entertainment. This must go down as just about the best home performance of the season for the Saints. Right out, powerful in the air, 8 minutes gone. Queen's Park Rangers pinch an equaliser just before half-time. A scrambled effort forced in by Mark Falco. Watch for some real class from Matthew Le Tissier. Stayskal bemused in the Rangers' goal. Now Stayskal has let in 11 in 4 matches. He's getting precious little protection. Rod Wallace. 3-1 to the Saints.
Joe Venglosh signed a new, improved contract at Villa before the Midlands derby against Forest, and in all respects, Villa put their disappointing performance in Milan behind them. England new boy Tony Daly with a twisting run. Ian Olney brought down by Steve Chettle. Graham Taylor was actually there to see David Platt fail to get his 11th of the season. Mark Crossley reading his intentions from the spot and Stuart Pearce clearing. But Cowans it was who sent over the resulting corner, and after an almighty scramble, Kent Nielsen forced it in for his first in the league this season, and Villa's first in the league after almost 6 hours playing. Now, Forest's reply was brilliant. Nigel Clough with a slide rule pass to Franz Carr, who beat Spink without breaking stride. But Villa still unbeaten at home.
Manchester United, Britain's sole survivors in Europe, probably had the better of things at the baseball ground, but couldn't translate that superiority into goals. Lee Sharp set up the best chance for Neil Webb, but somehow Peter Shilton and the rest of the Derby defence kept it out.
A solo goal here by Dale Gordon. It took nothing more than that to bamboozle the Chelsea defence. Gordon using the space to gain full advantage of his fancy footwork. Chelsea's equaliser came from a penalty conceded by Norwich's Ian Butterworth after Wise had burst through. The replay doesn't prove anything conclusively, but you can appreciate why the referee thought he'd made the right decision. Wise's penalty. Only one defeat in 11 games for Chelsea. They don't lose a lot, but they don't win enough.
Howard Kendall was back in the Everton hot seat for the Merseysiders' visit to Bramall Lane. Kendall returned to the club he guided to 2 league titles and 3 FA Cup finals after an absence of 3 years. But no instant remedy to Everton's poor run in the league, which could easily have been extended, but for some fine goalkeeping from Neville Southall. A wicked swirler, that one, from Carl Bradshaw. Well, Stuart McCall almost earned Everton and Howard Kendall 3 points. His shot, though, crashed off the Sheffield United crossbar. It always looked like a draw, this one. United must be getting increasingly desperate for that first win.
Not the best of matches, this one at Roker, in difficult conditions. Grizovic distinguished himself in the Coventry goal with a flying save from Davenport. And the Sunderland keeper, Tim Carter, proved he could do just as well. With a good block from Brian Borrows. The keepers won the day, the match finished goalless.
Now Sterling.
It's interesting that Leeds are using a similar tactic to Man City. They're directing every ball at Lee Chapman and looking for the likes of Shot and Speed to get the knockdowns from him. The two, I'm sure, Chapman and Quinn will feature quite a bit in this game.
McAllister again has drifted away from his marker, and that's a dangerous looking cross, and it's gone in from Chapman. Manchester City were caught asleep. Quickly taken free kick by City. Poynton. And there was definitely a foul then, and the referee in fact has given a penalty. White pushed Quinn away from the ball with his elbow, and the referee was perfectly placed to award a penalty, and I must say I totally agree with Mr. Deakin's decision. And somewhat surprisingly, Mark Ward, who scored 3 times from the spot for Manchester City this season, will not be taking it. The role has gone instead to Alan Harper, the former Everton man. Oh dear. City's miserable week continues with an embarrassing penalty miss by Alan Harper. It was a foul by Quinn, but the referee has indeed whistled. 10 is McAllister, 11 Speed. Strachan is the number 7, and Mel Sterling, the other Leeds United player. All of them around the ball. Sterling probably favourite to have the crack at goal. And he does, and it deflects, and Shot is onto it. Good save, Shot again. It's gone in, has it? It has now. Leeds United get a second in the dying moments of the half. And Carl Shutt's reaction then was superb. Henry. Lovely ball again for White. Quinn and Heath in the middle for the cross. And Quinn was definitely barged in the back. It's another penalty. Sterling the offender this time, and the referee again was perfectly placed to see it. And
And the man who has scored already 3 times from the spot this season, Mark Ward, will resume his duties as chief penalty taker. And it's gone in, albeit off the post. And Manchester City are back in the picture. And Redmond there again to clear. Harper. Ward. Kamara with the interception. Batty takes over for Leeds. Now Strachan to Chapman. That's a good return ball. And Strachan's onside. Carl's shot arriving on the far side of the penalty area. He didn't need him. What a marvellous finish. Gordon Strachan with an absolutely exquisite goal. Good turn by Megson. Reed, how they need his inspirational qualities now. Poynton playing it forward. White gets in! They don't know the meaning of defeat at Manchester City. They won't lie down. Big deep kick by Grobbelaar, Billing underneath it. Burrows for Coventry has made a mistake. Burrows with the interception. Houghton. Warner Grisovic and Butcher somehow got it clear, but Beardsley was on hand to sweep the ball into the net and give Liverpool the lead. 17 minutes to go. Beardsley got the initial little flick onto Houghton here. Grisovic and Butcher perhaps got in each other's way, and Beardsley latched onto the rebound. A real goal poacher's goal by Peter Beardsley. His 11th of the season. He's scored in each of his last 3 games now, and he whipped that one into the Coventry net.
Peter Reid did the opposite to Terry Butcher and left himself out of the Manchester City lineup for his first game in charge since getting the City job on a permanent basis. Adrian Heath's short strides making big inroads into the Luton defence. David White taking over when it mattered for his 4th in 6 games. Now here's a little number worked out on the training ground, but I wonder how many times Steve Redmond has connected quite like that. City looked to be cruising towards their first away win when the pattern of the game changed. Richard Harvey's cross for Ian Dowie, who only seems to score at home. Then in the last minute, Dowie was bundled over by Colin Hendry to give Luton a hotly disputed penalty. It wasn't so much the decision that caused a fracas, it was John Dreher's kick. Bit of a con job, but the quick thinking paid off.
Arsenal responded to the deduction of 2 points by turning in perhaps their best performance of the season. With 20 minutes gone, Perry Groves beats Mickey Adams here and stabs the ball to Paul Merson, who does what he gets paid to do. In the 32nd minute, Arsenal go 2 up. Perry Groves on the ball now, and watch out for a beautiful ball coming up from Paul Davis. Through it goes to Anders Limpar. He slides it past Tim Flowers in the Southampton goal, and Limpar very much the darling of the North Bank at the moment. Six minutes later, Nigel Winterburn has the ball. Limpar has it again. He finds Davis, who rolls it across to Perry Groves, and coming up a really firm header from Alan Smith. And Smith relieved to see that one go in, his first league goal of the season. Arsenal continued to dominate in the second half, just the 1 goal though. Limpar again, this time he finds Winterburn. Merson stabs it back, and Alan Smith collects a second.
Crystal Palace have been finding goals and wins hard to come by, so they must have really appreciated the space afforded to Andy Gray. and Paul Parker's assist, although Ian Wright will no doubt be claiming it. You don't often see Don Howe teams defending like that. They've been even deeper trouble without the goals of Roy Wegley. Wegley heading in his 11th of the season from Simon Barker's cleverly worked cross. But Palace picked up their second win in 6 games when Thorne flicked on McGoldrick's corner, Ian Wright needing no assistance to convert from that sort of range. His 8th of the season.
Manchester United's expensive players have begun to look like a team recently, but it took them 65 minutes to score against sorry Sheffield United. Paul Ince causing problems in the Sheffield box. He knocks it back to Mark Hughes, on to Neil Webb, and he squares the ball to leave Bruce with a simple finish. Five minutes from the end, a fine through ball here from Neil Webb. Danny Wallace takes it to the byline, pulls it back, and Mark Hughes, brave again, makes it 2-0. The Blades still without a win. They look firmly glued to the bottom of the table.
That one's aimed over the top of Forsyth, and again it's shut going for it. Batty decides to keep it in, does well. 2-3 men in the middle, there's shots, header, here's Lee Chapman! Leeds in front. Sterling towards Shutt. Chapman's here again inside the penalty. Lovely back heel. Strachan 2-0. What a cracking goal. Chapman's head this time opening the way for Shutt again. Takes it on. Batty's gone into the middle. It's going beyond him. Here comes Speed to thump it in. Splendid goal by Gary Speed.
It's not vintage Forest yet, but a couple of fine goals nonetheless against a hard-working Sunderland side. Steve Chettle with his Stuart Pearce impression. For Nigel Clough, it was first time out against the club his dad used to play for. Nigel's second of the season was beautifully done, and with Graham Taylor watching as well, being the manager, a big fan of Cloughy Jr.
Norwich are a team on a roll, and just 3 minutes into this match they were ahead. Ian Crook beating Nigel Spink from some 30 yards. On the 2 occasions these sides met last year, Derek Mountfield scored an own goal. This time things started better for Mountfield. With Spink beaten, he keeps out a shot by Raoul Fox. But after half-time it turns sour. Lee Power puts Dale Gordon clear of everyone but Mountfield. No doubt about that one. And it's a predictable result. Mountfield sent back to the changing room in the 50th minute. In the 71st minute, the 2 men previously denied by Mountfield, Fox and Gordon, combined down the right to produce Norwich's second goal. And a cracker it is too. A great one too. And a really sharp finish from Fox. Norwich are now unbeaten in 5 games.
Wimbledon hadn't won at home, Chelsea hadn't won away. Peter Nicholas's extraordinary own goal after a minute gave everyone the distinct impression it was the Dons who'd be heading for a first. Wimbledon had actually drawn their 4 previous games at home, so it was relief as much as anything else that greeted Terry Gibson's first of the season. Alan Cork playing it into the near post. Gibson doing what he does so well. Well, Chelsea managed to pull one back 10 minutes from the end through Gordon Dury, but it's only 1 win in 9 games for them now. Next Sunday they're live on The Match at Old Trafford.
Lineker, look at the space on Lineker there. The Everton fans reacted probably quicker than that to that situation than the players themselves. Great groan went up as Lineker was seen to be in as much space as that. Here's McCall. Dummy by Sharp, gets it back from Potty. Plays it now for Eberl. That's a good little cross turn to McCall on the far side. A goal for Everton. Stuart McCall. I make that his first of the season, but it was a great move. Back Van den Hauwe. Stewart again, arms raised on the far side. They're wanting the cross in. Here's Lineker. Gascoigne. There's Lineker again. Just about to say Everton won't mind if he stays on the touchline, but Lineker's always likely to look for the pass coming in, and it's a lovely goal scored by Howells. And Spurs go 1-1.
Donna's come forward. Williams has a sight of goal, but it hit Cowans in the wall. Williams goes in again. Dowie. And now Elstrup. And Kingsley Black! A player who was getting more and more in on the act in the first half has given the first half a goal. Excellent again. And here's Elstrup. Yes! A second goal that should secure the points.
Keith. David White. Looking for Quinn again. Great save! Mexon. Ward. Brought down, was he? Yes! Ronnie Whelan's challenge. And after a long look, the referee awards Manchester City a penalty. And Mark Ward, who gave up the penalty-taking responsibilities against Leeds, only to return to the job after Alan Harper had missed, has a really important one here. Oh, and he's good enough, just. Virtually drilled it through Grobbelaar. Beersley's corner, Hussein's header, John Barnes, flick from Ian Rush. Liverpool on terms. Barnes' shot turned in by the head of Ian Rush with just 8 minutes to spare. Barnes on towards Rush. Brightwell has only played it into the path of Ronnie Rosenthal. Great chance for the substitute. He may just have stolen the game. It used to be David Fairclough, didn't it? Ronnie Rosenthal's the super sub today. Mark Ward maybe. Oh, and Grobbelaar had to make a good save. Ward found a way through. But in stoppage time, Bruce Grobbelaar denied him. One last chance maybe for Manchester City. Quinn's header, it's in! Now Quinn has saved it!
Arsenal, the only other team yet to suffer defeat this season, went behind at Queen's Park Rangers when Tony Adams lost patience with Roy Wegley's meanderings and conceded a fairly needless penalty. Wegley's kick was the first goal conceded by David Seaman in 7 games. Wegley's 12th of the season. Arsenal's goals, 3 in the last 12 minutes, lacked the style of their overall performance, which delighted George Graham. Adams had a crack, Smith was in there, Merson it was who made sure. Their second, and the goal that really knocked the stuffing out of Rangers, was the best of the 3. Nigel Winterburn down the left, Kevin Campbell involved, Alan Smith turning smartly for his 3rd in 2 games. It was Rangers' 50 feet in a row. Kevin Campbell, Arsenal sub, made the most of David Bardsley's slip-up. 15 goals conceded in 5 games, Rangers. At the moment, they're the First Division's fall guys. Bobby Campbell, the Chelsea manager, chose to go to Spurs yesterday and was convinced of a double handball for goal number 1. Stewart there in controlling the initial pass, then Lineker before scoring. Culverhouse, Bowen and Crook were all returning to White Hart Lane with Norwich, and it was Crook who came up with the equaliser, catching Torsved napping and adding to Terry Venables' belief that Spurs should never have sold him in the first place. Tottenham's winner was a Lineker classic. The early ball, Stewart's header, Gary doing the rest with an economy of effort and maximum style. An own goal of Willie Donachie vintage after 30 seconds. One of the quickest on record in the First Division, gave Southampton the lead. Richard Shaw and Nigel Martin on totally different wavelengths. Goes down as just one of those things. But the thing about Palace is their ability to overcome setbacks. Steve Coppell's side is tremendous character, and he's delighted with the way they're playing at the moment. Ian Wright bang on form with the equaliser, and the first of 3 goals in a 5-minute spell. Wright's second was a beauty, and a real contrast in style to the first. Jeff Thomas powering through and setting up Wright for his 10th of the season. A minute later, Southampton were back on level terms. Paul Rideout taking Mickey Adams' cross on his chest and knocking the ball in with his studs. 1 goal was to settle it after the break, not the prettiest you'll ever see, and one the Saint is likely to discard on the first ballot, but Mark Bright from close range gave Palace their 4th away win. When Lee Chapman scores first, Leeds United tend to win. Gordon Strachan and Carl Shutt inevitably involved in the build-up. A Grizovic prevented it being a classic, but Chapman's instincts made it a very satisfying striker's goal. But on this occasion, Leeds couldn't capitalise on the advantage, their winning streak coming to an end when Chris Fairclough dillied and dallied, and Kevin Gallagher earned Terry Butcher his first point as Coventry's player-manager. All of a sudden, it's home sweet home for Wimbledon. They won at Plough Lane for the first time last week and found Everton fairly easy victims this time around. Warren Barton's precise header was his first for the club since his £300,000 move from Maidstone. Wimbledon played some good football, actually, and outplayed Everton. That was Barton's long cross to McGee, whose cross-in found Gibson totally unmarked and Everton in total disarray. Little Terry's second in successive games once again proved decisive because Everton scored before the end. Sheedy's free kick led to Roger Joseph conceding a penalty. And Sheedy's next effort from closer range was about the most decisive thing Everton produced all afternoon. Forest normally win these East Midlands derbies, so it was no surprise when they went in front. Steve Chettle scoring for the 2nd successive Saturday. So for Derby to turn things round, it meant they had to score twice in a game for only the 2nd time this season. But Gary Micklewhite was contributing well down the right, and substitute Craig Ramage came up with an equaliser 3 minutes later. Derby's winner on the hour is a real contender for goal of the day. Micklewhite on the run and sending over an inviting cross that Dean Saunders dispatched brilliantly. His 8th of the season, none better. If you don't score, you don't win games. Sheffield United have now gone 6 without, and they're still the only side in the league without a win. What's more, when you commit Harry-Carry in the last quarter of the game, in the last quarter of the pitch, you don't deserve to win. Marco Gabbiadini putting Sunderland in front after 70 minutes, although Peter Davenport did look suspiciously offside. But from Sheffield United's point of view, the worst was yet to come. Paul Beasley, the culprit, Gabbiadini again the executioner, Sunderland's first away win, embarrassment for Beasley and Sheffield United.
But they're going forward now with Townsend in possession. Wise. And it's sliced off Pallister for an own goal. Jury went in with Pallister, and Bobby Campbell doesn't really care whose shin it went off because Chelsea had taken the lead. Oh, nice play by Lasso. And not a bad ball either. Bruce just about cut it out as Dixon was threatening to run onto it. Here's Phelan straight away under pressure, and Townsend's done brilliantly for Chelsea here. He's going alone. Oh, what a marvellous goal! Andy Townsend scores a beauty!
Well, you feel that United have to get a goal now, Alan, because they're putting Chelsea under quite a bit of pressure here. They need to get one. Let's see if they can.
Pallister climbing high again. Oh, and somehow Wallace got there. And the smallest man in the penalty area got the header that counted. And it's raining goals at Old Trafford now. Great ball though from Ince to Wallace, and Hughes wants it played first time into the box. And Hughes gets the ball he wanted and equalises for Manchester United. Brilliant cross by Wallace. 20 points from 13 games, but under pressure here from young Stewart. Wilson, back it goes to Stewart. He run into Webb. And the referee has given a penalty. Webb can't believe it, and I'm not certain either. But anyway, the referee, Mr. Ashworth, was certain, and young Graham Stewart has earned Chelsea a lifeline with this penalty. Well, was he going across his path? Was that a deliberate foul by Webb? Chelsea are in front again. You can see the beads of perspiration even on a cold day on Bobby Campbell's face.
Walsh doing well for Spurs by challenging back and winning the ball and tricking his way past the first defender, Wilder. The cross is towards Stewart inside the area. Paul Stewart. Spurs are in front. And Paul Stewart keeps his run going in the Rumbelows Cup. Gascoigne riding the challenges, giving it, and there's danger here. Stewart through the middle. Walsh is there too. Walsh. They looked for offside, it wasn't forthcoming. This could clinch it. Walsh, the save is there, but surely now it's 2-0 and Gazza's got it. He raises his arms aloft. The crowd here have given him a lot of stick tonight, but he was in the right place at the right time to make sure that Spurs go through to the next round of the Rumbelows Cup.
Possession, and it comes to Letizier, who must score and has. It's a goal. It's Shearer. That'll do nicely.
Queen's Park Rangers struggling in the league, beset by injuries, needing a good start to this game to lift their spirits. They didn't get it. Gary McAllister beating Tony Roberts comprehensively inside 2 minutes. It really was early capitulation from Queen's Park Rangers. Gordon Strachan's free kick headed down by one lead centre-back, Chris White, and turned in by the other, Chris Fairclough. Leeds so buoyant this season, with the 33-year-old Strachan very much their star turn. And the service from Strachan has helped Lee Chapman to keep up a regular supply of goals. And this one was awarded despite Kenny Sansom's diving clearance. It was a close call. Strachan's set-up play superb. Chapman certainly confident it was a goal, and the officials agreed with him.
Chance to cash in on Arsenal's early indiscipline with Clayton Blackmore. It's there! 80 seconds! Clayton Blackmore gives Manchester United a dream start. Turned away by Smith, and then by Thomas. Clayton Blackmore. Lee Sharp appeals for offside as Bruce retires belatedly. Here's Danny Wallace though, chance for Hughes, 2-0! A goal in the first minute of the half, and a goal in the last minute of the half. But no doubt in my mind about the validity of that second United goal. Blackmore won the ball. Danny Wallace. Stoppage time now in this first half. What a half it's been for United. Winterburn doing just enough. Sharp pinching it back from Dixon. It's a beauty! It's raining goals at Highbury! Pallister's header, not convincing. Thomas, great save by Seeley. Smith, off the back he missed it. 4 minutes of the second half gone, and Alan Smith revives Arsenal hopes. Adams and Bold are forward from the back. Tony Adams' header. Oh, Merson helped it on. He's overlined by Smith. Now Les Seeley felt that he had that in his hands. Goal given. Set up by Adams. Scored in the end by Alan Smith. But Les Seeley is furious. Mark Hughes. Brian McClare. Dennis Irwin. Hughes. Rode the foul tackle, set up Irwin again, great cross, Sharp, great goal! Just what United needed! A second goal from Lee Sharp! Hughes to Wallace. Still United going forward in search of more. Lee Sharp, hat-trick hunting. He just won't believe this night is happening to him. The boy has become a man tonight. Lee Sharp has grown up with a most dramatic hat-trick. Corner which Davis will take. Good header by Pallister. Adams. Cleverly done by Sharp. Brian McClare urging men forward still. And he's got plenty of choices. Mark Hughes with McClare, Wallace and Ince waiting. Oh! Danny Wallace! 6! Easy! Unbelievably easy.
Just out of the picture at the moment, Billing, the big centre-half, has come forward. There he is, number 5, Regis. Also a possible target here. It goes into the near post, in fact. Oh, it's off the line, it's in! Gallagher hits the rebound home, and Coventry City are in front. Billing's clearance, Speedy, who's really fired up to play well here today. Involved again, now Regis in space in the middle. Good ball too, and Gallagher's got 3 again. Oh, what a goal! onto the head of Livingston, and he nearly set Gallagher free again. And it comes back to Gallagher as the two defenders got in each other's way, and Livingston has made it free! Goes into Regis on the near post, dealt with awkwardly again. Billing coming in there. Oh, and it's turned forward by Gallagher! He's got a hat-trick! Incredible! Jemson. Turned on by Clough, a lovely ball. Parker. Crosby. They're shell-shocked here, Nottingham Forest. They need a goal now from Clough, and they've got one. Dear, dear, will there be any end to the scoring in the first half? There's still 9 minutes to go to half-time. Here goes Pearce. Hodge. Hodge had nowhere to go. Good covering by Coventry. Jemson gets it back to him again, and a good ball for Clough. Unbelievable, it's another goal. Clough second, Nottingham Forest second, the sixth of the half. With 3 minutes still to play in the to the interval, it's now Coventry 4, Nottingham Forest 2. Gallagher. And Forest have got their tails up suddenly. Keane. Pearce with the cross. Could have gone anywhere, and still could! Now the linesman has flagged, and he's given a goal! And Nottingham Forest have pulled it back to 4-3. Unbelievable! Hodge. Good ball. Parker into space, and he's lost his marker well. And hit it. Oh, it's gone in! Unbelievably, Nottingham Forest, who were 4 behind with 12 minutes of the first half remaining, are now level. Corner. Over Regis's head. He played it in towards the far post. Regis again. Has it gone in? Yes, it's forced in! Unbelievable stuff! Livingston finally forcing the ball in, and Coventry City are back in front.
Chelsea are in the last 8 of the Ramblers Cup for the first time in 5 seasons, thanks to a nerve-wracking win at Oxford. Oxford went in front 7 minutes before half-time. Simpson's cross falls to Melville, his toe poke wide of Besant. Oxford's play belied their 20th place in the second division, but things started to go wrong 9 minutes after the restart. The goal scorer, Gordon Jury, amazingly only his 3rd goal of the season. And then in the thrilling finish, Chelsea scored the winner 5 minutes from the end. Jury floats the ball into Lee, and Jury it is who followed it up. Chelsea are through by the skin of their teeth. Tony Daly was in inspired form for Villa against Middlesbrough. Here, after 12 minutes, he feeds Chris Price, and Price's cross is headed home by Ian Ormondroyd. Then on the hour, Daly robs Alan Kernahan, cuts inside Colin Cooper, and fires this one past Stephen Pearce. Looked to be all wrapped up 10 minutes from time. Ian Olney is dragged down, and up steps David Platt, his 11th goal of the season. Well, Villa then went to sleep, and 4 minutes from time, Bernie Slavin couldn't have dreamed of anything quite as easy as that. Moments later, though, Slavin conjured up a magnificent effort, but it had all been too late. Villa through for a real tough one at Leeds.
Plenty of experience on show at Hillsborough, where 36-year-old Trevor Francis, given a rare Sheffield Wednesday start, provided the cross for David Hurst to head past Derby's 41-year-old goalkeeper Peter Shilton. After conceding in the first quarter of an hour, Shilton was inspired to deny a Wednesday side who've spent much of the season belying their second division status. Danny Wilson left to wonder how this one stayed out. Derby knocked Wednesday out of last season's League Cup, and they'll get another chance to eliminate them from this season's competition. Kevin Pressman did his best with the help of the bar to deny first Rob Briscoe, then Gary Micklewhite, but couldn't prevent Dean Saunders from equalising. Replay is a week on Wednesday.
It's certainly unthinkable if they can keep up this kind of commitment, some of the invention they've shown in attack, but they've got some defending to do here. Mark Hughes, chance for Lee Sharp, it's his week! I think he's enjoying the week too, don't you?
Terry Venables probably woke up this morning thinking it had all been a bad dream. The team coach, along with the players' kit, impounded by the law, and within 5 minutes, Kerry Dixon had put Chelsea in front. Gary Lineker had what looked to be a perfectly good goal ruled out, and just as Venables was gathering his thoughts for the half-time G-up, Torsved could only divert Jury's volley into Bumstead's path, and Spurs were 2 down. 10 minutes into the second half, and one of Gazza's party pieces. Everyone knew where it was going, but there was nothing anyone could do, although Besant certainly did his best. A few minutes later, Spurs were back to 2 down. Mitchell Thomas heading clear, but not really far enough, and straight to Dury, who whipped it back with Torsved flapping. Well, the nightmares got worse. Lineker's pace was matched by Besant. A high-speed collision was inevitable, and so, one would have thought, was the outcome. But you should never take anything for granted. But before the end, Gary moved into double figures for the season from Stewart's pass. But this was Spurs' first away defeat, and a day they'll want to forget.
Coventry player-manager Terry Butcher selected himself for this one against Palace, but Butcher can do nothing about this Eddie McGoldrick free kick and a fine Mark Bright header, his 8th of the season. Butcher's job, though, not made any easier by David Speedy. His backchat earns him a red card in the last 10 minutes. Butcher substituted himself, but Coventry still suspect at the back. Flick from Ian Wright, Coventry all at sea. Andy Gray accepts the gift. Gray just back from injury. Just before the final whistle, Coventry manage a reply. It's the first goal of the season from Cyril Regis with 2 minutes to go. Too late for an equaliser. Palace finished with all 3 points, just 1 defeat all season.
Leeds started off as they did at Queen's Park Rangers on Tuesday night and threatened to put the game out of reach before half-time. Chris Fairclough scoring again, although Tim Flowers and Southampton's defenders didn't think the ball had crossed the line. The second came 4 minutes later when Fairclough flicked the ball on for Carl Schutt to score the goal his recent performances have richly deserved. But Southampton battled back really well, and a very neat header by Paul Rideout shortly after the break threatened to take the gloss off Leeds' recent run and Howard Wilkinson's Manager of the Month award.
Injury hit Queen's Park Rangers have the worst defensive record in Division 1. Manchester City show why. Brightwell cross, Niall Quinn the goal scorer. Rangers concede their 28th of the season. 5 minutes into the second half, David White again, and the hitman Quinn once more. The Republic of Ireland striker gets his 6th of the season. Rangers forward line has been a little bit more successful. Ray Wilkins for Andy Sinton just before the final whistle. Too little, too late. Not enough to prevent his team's 6th consecutive league defeat.
It's harder to lose a bad reputation than gain a good one. That fact of everyday life could well apply to Wimbledon. Ray Harper's changed their style. The boys can play. John Fashanu going solo after 29 seconds. Unfortunately, we don't have all the evidence to hand. We missed Warren Barton's goal, but Barton was involved in the third after 21 irresistible minutes that left Norwich completely shell-shocked. John Scales in a crowded penalty area. Well, less than half an hour gone and Wimbledon were 4 up. Fashanu again, Norwich old boy. He's just signed a new contract, seems to have a new lease of life. Wimbledon's 3rd straight league win.
Winger Franz Carr's on a weekly contract at Forest. He's definitely the ace in their pack. Carr too clever for the Luton defence. Just 6 minutes gone. Luton, a resilient side these days. 10 minutes later, they get an equaliser. Steve Williams for Lars Elstrup. Now, there aren't many people Des Walker can't catch, but Elstrup is one of them. And Elstrup struck again, putting Luton ahead in the first minute of the second half. Danish international beating Mark Crossley. Beautiful goal, his 10th of the season. But Carr must be well worth his weekly paycheck. He's instrumental in Forest's equaliser. Here's Carr on the ball. And Nigel Clough does the rest. 4 goals in 2 games for Clough this week.
Aston Villa managed to salvage all the points, but not all their pride, which had taken a buffeting over a 6-game stretch in the league that produced only 1 goal. That was David Platt making sure Ian Ormondroyd's flick ended up in the back of the net. Vinnie Jones was transformed from hog carrier to architect after the break. He scored with that header after 50 minutes and almost inspired Sheffield United to their first win of the season. It was their first goal in 7 league games. But Villa won it with 10 minutes left. Chris Price unmarked and finishing well.
Two met in the Rumbelows Cup last month. Derby won 6-0. This time Sunderland make all the early running. Peter Shilton's reflexes and the woodwork combine to deny them. But Derby take their chances. 37 minutes gone. Dean Saunders gallops through and beats Tony Norman. Number 10 of the season for Saunders. Derby's season getting into gear now, and they go further ahead on the hour. There's some good work from Briscoe. And Saunders on watch for a superb diving header from Mick Harford. Sunderland, though, always look capable of scoring, and they finally got the ball in the net in the last minute of the match. Solo effort from Gordon Armstrong, and this time 41-year-old Peter Shilton can do nothing about it. But Sunderland have only themselves to blame for failing to get an equaliser. Mark Patterson judged to have pushed Gary Bennett there. That seems a bit of a fortunate penalty, really. And it's Peter Davenport with a chance to make it 2-2. And that really sums up Sunderland's day.
Well, here's Thomas in the 6-yard area there, just outside it, as Davis now takes the corner. Thomas again, and Grobbelaar saves. Merson can't get there. Did he go across the line? Yes. Arsenal have scored. Merson got that final touch, and that will change the whole game now. Bobbing about there, and Grobbelaar had made one good save.
The value of getting a good corner over Brian instead of messing about. Good volley, that. Great save by Bruce. And Merson just getting in over the line, yeah.
Just before Venison was able to clear it. Into Smith. That might fall for Merson. It might fall for Limpar. Down he goes. That's a penalty. And my first look at it, there wasn't much doubt about it.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Brian. Don't think there was any doubt at all. It was a good ball played through. Everybody's running for it. Merson and Limpar gets onto it. No, I don't think you can argue.
Just clipped him. Dixon scored twice from the spot. But this is a real big one now. A 2-0 lead would be so vital for Arsenal. Lee Dixon. It's 2-0.
Well taken penalty. Under pressure. He knew what he was going to do. He was going to blast it straight, and he did.
Merson, oh, what a lovely back heel. Smith with a shot, a fantastic goal. 3-0. What a back heel it was, though. And what a finishing strike by Alan Smith.
That really was a magnificent piece of soccer. What a marvellous back heel that was by Paul Merson. And a great strike. Oh, what a super goal.
His 6th goal in 4 games. And Arsenal have put to rest all the nightmares of Wednesday night now. And a goal is scored by Alan Smith as Arsenal go into the lead right on the stroke of half-time. Through to Ian Dowie, brought down by Tony Adams, and a penalty given. And a red card. The Arsenal captain sent off. That's a sensational development now at Kenilworth Road. And now Arsenal back on their haunches because they could be pulled back to 1-1 as Dreyer lines up to take this penalty for Luton Town. Scores, and it's 1-1.
Manager Terry Venables again in the spotlight. A reported £20,000 cut in his contract. His future at White Hart Lane looking increasingly uncertain. Against Sunderland, Venables' side seemed unable to shake the continuing bad news out of their system. Colin Pascoe, who hadn't scored for a year, put the Wearsiders one up after just 10 minutes. Gordon Armstrong's shot, Thorsved pushes it out, and a simple tap-in for Pascoe. Ten minutes later, Spurs' week was assuming crisis proportions. Now, Peter Davenport's been in splendid form this season. There's a neat 1-2 played and a fine finish from Davenport. Spurs 2 down and looking at their 2nd successive league defeat. Too much for referee Ian Henley. He limped out of the game with a calf injury, and within a minute his replacement, Mike Alexander, was the least popular man at White Hart Lane. There's a powerful header from David Howells. It's disallowed, though, presumably for offside against Lineker. The Spurs players not happy about it. Paul Walsh was introduced in the second half to immediate effect. Howells' free kick, and number 5 of the season for Paul Walsh. What a handy man to have on the bench. Just 5 minutes later, Walsh is at it again. This is Howells on the near side. Walsh again. Big deflection. And Spurs are level. Just as we look at it again, the deflection comes off Gary Hours. And poor Tony Norman in the Sunderland goal has no chance. Well, Spurs now look to be in complete command, but as so often happens, they left themselves open at the back. Some brilliant work there by Marco Gabbiadini, and Pascoe is in for his 2nd. Sunderland 3-2 up. A great game, this one at White Hart Lane, and a sting in the tail as well. Paul Walsh, so much involved, and the England skipper, Gary Lineker, heads the equaliser. 3-3. What a great match. Kendall's return to Everton was supposed to herald the Merseysiders' revival, and Stuart McCall, the Scottish midfield player, is doing his best to make it happen. A spectacular volley, enough to earn Everton their first win with Howard Kendall back in charge. This really is an outstanding strike at goal. Well, the Coventry City player manager Terry Butcher could do with a similar result. His side came very close to forcing a draw. David Speedy's effort and hooked away from the jaws of his own goal by Martin Keown. When you're down though, the luck deserts you. 1-0 Everton. No respite for beleaguered QPR at Plough Lane. Manager Don Howe still without 3 first-choice defenders, and it shows. Gus Caesar on loan from Arsenal with a bad back pass. Terry Gibson is in. Warren Barton's cross, and Paul McGee heads home. McGee proving a real handful for First Division defences. Wimbledon continue to enjoy themselves in the second half. Watch for a really powerful effort from Krasinski there. And John Fashanu first to the rebound. Wimbledon 2 up. Rangers now in total disarray at the back. Free kick from Warren Barton. As McGee runs over the ball and Fashanu heads home. Wimbledon's the top 6. 8 defeats in a row for worried Rangers. Crystal Palace were the latest visitors to Stamford Bridge, scene of many a broken reputation. The Eagles had Andy Thorne back at the heart of their defence. His presence up front forced the ball through a crowd of players. Palace ahead against the run of play. But Chelsea, after beating Tottenham here last week, were soon level. Corner from Dennis Wise, a firm header from Graham Stewart. The Palace back four left very static. Into the second half, Chelsea running the show. 20 minutes to go. Gordon Jury, and watch for a wicked deflection after some great control from Jury. Fullback Richard Shaw is the unfortunate player. Keeper Nigel Martin has no chance. 2-1, Chelsea still unbeaten at home. United expected Brian Robson back after injury for the visit of Leeds, but it's his deputy in the number 7 shirt, Lee Sharp, who's having a great spell at the moment. Sharp's cross falls nicely for Neil Webb. Big deflection off McAllister, but Webb will claim the goal. Not much time, though, for the United fans to celebrate. Leeds strike back 5 minutes later. Mel Sterland from 25 yards. 1-1. Then the side Old Trafford had waited for. Brian Robson's return to league football after an absence of 7 months, and Robson soon involved with a typical piece of opportunism. Brian Robson's back, and that's great news for England and Manchester United. Overnight snow in East Anglia made life a bit of a lottery at Carrow Road. There are always going to be mistakes on a surface like this. Visitors Southampton first to adjust to the conditions. Matthew Le Tissier showing a sureness of foot in the Norwich area. 1-0 Southampton. Things soon to change though. The snow really seemed to be inhibiting Norwich's passing game till the 36th minute. Norwich put together their first real move of the match, and David Phillips provided the finish. That shot too good for Tim Flowers. Second half, 2 goals in 2 minutes settled the match. The first courtesy of Saints defender Neil Ruddock. You don't want to see a video of that one again. And the applause had barely died down when Norwich fullback Mark Bowen forced his way into the Saints area. There's a poor back pass from Cockrell. 3-1. The Saints snowed under.
Worthington. Wilson. Worthington switches it to Harkes on the right. That's a good effort. Oh, what a tremendous goal by John Harkes. football, and one he'll remember for the rest of his days. 13 minutes to half-time, and one of the goals of the season has given Sheffield Wednesday the lead. The American World Cup player came forward and just decided to have a crack. And what a crack it was! To beat Peter Shilton from that range, it's got to be some shot. It was. So Hark, so we know he can certainly get the ball a long distance with his foot. Now throws similarly dangerously to the near post. Right clearance, dropping for Wilson. Back to Harks again. And Wilson invites Harks to make the cross, and he's got a lot of targets in the middle. Oh, and it's turned in. It's a lovely goal. And a dance of delight from the scorer, Paul Williams, and Harks, who scored the first, has helped to make the second for Sheffield Wednesday. And King gets it clear. Sage, in fact, who's come on in the right-back position. Slung forward, Harford's header! Tremendous save! Bit of pressure now on the Wednesday goal for a change. It drops kindly, and it's slammed in! And they're back. Michael White hitting the goal along the ground all the way, and Derby County have got the goal they wanted.
Five minutes gone at Main Road. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Gascoigne. Still Gascoigne. Still Gascoigne for Tottenham. It's a goal that Manchester City claim shouldn't stand because of a handball. But from Gascoigne's point of view, another marvellous solo effort. Got past Reed, came back off the knee, and it seemed to be taken on Gascoigne's chest, and he made the rest look ridiculously simple when of course it wasn't. White found by Quinn. There was some pushing by Vanden Houw. Referee with an option to give a free kick or a corner, and it's going to be the free kick. Manchester City still coming on strong, but still trailing to the Gascoigne goal. Oh, Clark! And it finally went in off Redmond. 1-1, the change in personnel has done the trick. Wayne Clark met it. And Steve Redmond standing in the centre found the ball flicking in off him, I think you'll find as we look at the replay. Howells touched it away, Clark, Redmond, goal, 1-1. White sweeping it wide for Ward. Tottenham backpedal, Mark Ward goes for goal. Niall Quinn looks for goal. Appeals for handball, not given. Megson. Reed. Brightwell, was that handball? The referee points after some thought. Tottenham go to him with their protests. The first one was turned down, and I'm sure rightly so. And then City kept on working. And Reed just slipped it wide here for Brightwell. Vanden Houw and Walsh went across. A hand was raised. Mark Ward, 5 out of 5 from the penalty spot for Manchester City this season. But this the most demanding of all so far. He scores! Manchester City 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Fasten your seatbelts for a roller coaster of a game at the baseball ground. It all started after 11 minutes when Gordon Jury set up Kerry Dixon for the first. The combination that won the goal of the day competition last time out linked up again 4 minutes later, but it was Mick Harford to Dean Saunders this time, as opposed to the other way round. 3 minutes before half-time, Chelsea went back in front with Kerry Dixon doubling his number of league goals for the season. Shilton saving from Lee, Dixon scoring. Well, by the interval, it was clear enough this wasn't going to be a day when defences would dominate. To be perfectly honest, marking and tackling weren't exactly the most conspicuous aspect of the game. Gordon Jury 3-1 Chelsea. Maybe FIFA should think about eliminating all forms of physical contact instead of making the goals bigger. The Americans would love this sort of stuff. Trevor Hebbard with his first goal of the season, and that was 3-2. 4 minutes later, Derby were level. Certainly can't afford to leave Dean Saunders isolated in the penalty area. His manager, Arthur Cox, rates him at £5 million, and that was his 5th in 5 games. It was 3-3 with a quarter of an hour to go, but after all that had gone before, there were no thoughts of settling for a point. And when Gary Micklewhite put Derby in front for the first time, the feeling was that Chelsea's winning run was about to end. That feeling lasted for less than a minute, and Chelsea's equaliser came from a most unlikely source, the head of Dennis Wise, smallest man on the pitch. Well, you'd have no trouble convincing the American market about Chelsea's 5th. These are gridiron tactics. Dave Besant in the role of quarterback, Gordon Jury wide receiver. The defence on the retreat, expecting anything but the obvious. Jury's a striker in form, and in-form strikers go for goal. 5-4, Chelsea back in front, and now in line for their 6th straight win in all competitions. Guaranteed when Graham Lasso knocked in the game's 10th goal 10 seconds from the end of an exhilarating afternoon at the baseball ground. Top against bottom at Anfield. Surprisingly, it took Liverpool over an hour to breach a well-organised Sheffield United defence. John Barnes with his first goal for almost 3 months. The pattern of the season was established for both these sides on the opening day when Liverpool won at Bramall Lane. For Sheffield United, 16 without a win equals a league record. Now, Ian Rush might have prevented Simon Tracy from claiming David Burrow's cross, but on his 300th league appearance, Rush nodded in his 14th of the season. Our first pictures from Highbury focus on 2 of the game's central characters, Tony Adams and John Fashanu, who was to have the last laugh. Paul Merson shooting Arsenal in front after 32 minutes. 4 minutes after that, Paul Davis's corner thundered in by Adams to give them a 2-goal cushion, one short of their 3-0 win at Plough Lane on the opening day. But Wimbledon are a different proposition these days. Detsy Krasinski heading in John Scales' cross just before the break. We move on into injury time and time to cut out the newly acquired frills. Fashanu's physical presence brought a hasty reaction from Seaman, and the big fella's 5th goal in 3 games, leaving Arsenal 4 behind Liverpool. Alex Ferguson started the game with Brian Robson on the bench. It looked good for United when Peter Billing fatally allowed Mark Hughes a yard of space. Great turn and a great finish. Now, Terry Butcher hasn't been able to turn Coventry into a winning unit yet, not in the league anyway, but they've started to score more frequently, and Kevin Gallagher more frequently than the rest. 5 in 5 for Gallagher, and that was a peach. Into the second half, and it certainly looked as if Butcher would come away with his first 3-pointer since taking over when David Smith's run enabled Cyril Regis to put Coventry in front just before the hour mark. As the fog descended, United pushed forward. They're difficult to beat at the moment. Only 1 defeat in 12 games is proof enough. The rejuvenated Danny Wallace making it 2-2 in the dying seconds. Back together again, Don Howe and Bobby Gould, hoping that their successful partnership at Wimbledon can be recreated at Loftus Road. But this was one of Forest's quick-thinking days. Slick, incisive. Nigel Clough's 7th goal in 6 games, giving them the lead. The Rangers had lost their 8 previous games, but when Roy Wegley was flattened by Stuart Pearce, there was a glimmer of hope. Wegley's 13th of the season. Now, Gould has introduced wrestling into Rangers' training curriculum. He's always been an apostle of the try anything, see if it works principle, but they had to submit to Forest's greater versatility on the day, which came by way of a Stuart Pearce special, 2-1 Forest. They drew at Villa Park on the opening day and had to settle for a point apiece at the Dell. Matthew Le Tissier heading Southampton in front just before half-time. They'd lost their 4 previous league games. Villa only 1 win in 7. It always looked a good bet to finish as a draw. Nothing really sinister about Barry Horn's challenge on Tony Daly there, and a penalty looked a bit harsh. But Villa haven't had too many breaks of late, and David Platt was delighted to tuck away his 13th of the season. You never know quite what to expect with Norwich, but this was one of their good days, even though they went behind when Marco Gabbiadini crossed for Gordon Armstrong to give Sunderland the lead. Norwich, though, were brilliant by all accounts. Sunderland, goalkeeper Tony Nolan apart, were pretty woeful. One of the goal of the day favourites coming up here, Tim Sherwood on the mark on the hour. But their deserved winner came with 15 minutes to go. Robert Rosario, possibly with his arm, setting up Dale Gordon to complete the double over Sunderland, whose manager Dennis Smith was left fuming at the end.
McAllister, shots, McAllister, a penalty! It was Edwards shoving the back on Gary McAllister, and it'll be no doubt Gordon Strachan, who scored twice from the spot this season for Leeds United. So an interesting little confrontation here. Kenny Gordon Strachan against arguably one of the very best goalkeepers in the whole of the Football League. Experience against experience. And 1-0 Leeds United. Strachan will take it. White up at the near post. Chapman in there too. Fairclough up. And Sterland up. In fact, it's Sterland's header. And it's in there by shot number 2. Strachan's corner, touched on by Sterland. Carl's shot was lurking, and that's number 2 for Leeds.
A trio of Palace players returned from international duty with England B and Algiers after growing reports. Goalkeeper Nigel Martin and captain Jeff Thomas staked claims for future full honours. Star of the show was striker Ian Wright. Against Luton, though, it was his partner up front, Mark Bright, who opened the scoring with a well-placed header. In the second half, Wright might have had a hat-trick to add to his 10 goals already this season. Time and time again, though, he was thwarted by the Luton keeper, Alec Chamberlain. Unfortunately, Luton's forwards were equally unsuccessful. All Chamberlain's heroics were for nothing, and Bright's first half goal was enough for all 3 points.
Ruddock, tight on Rush. A lot of players ahead of him. Wallace could line it up. Rodney Wallace! Oh, and it's torn into the back of the net! Houghton. Barnes and Rush and Flowers. It hasn't got in. My word, they have ridden their luck, Southampton. Hussein. Rosenthal is involved a lot. Barnes, off goes Burrows, there goes the pass. Here comes the chance for Liverpool, and Rosenthal collects the goal. It had an air of inevitability about it. Oh, it's overdone, it's collected by Barnes in a flush. In for Rush, and Flowers. Now Rosenthal, his second. It's quite a comeback for Ronnie Rosenthal. Liverpool often prefer to play their corners short. To be a bit more productive from them than that. Shearer. Tissier. Oh, and Hussein's made a mistake. Wallace against Grobbelaar. He's passed him. He must score. He has done. It's 2-2. And Glenn Hussein looks down in disgust. Tissier. Well read by Staunton. He had to be in there because the furthest forward for Southampton then was Harry Horn, who's been Staunton's responsibility this game. And Staunton's pass, and look at the length of that to Rush. Houghton hits it, and it's turned out to be a cracking shot from Ray Houghton, and Liverpool go the direct route to regain the lead.
It was Vinnie Jones' long throw that led to the panic, that led to the fumble, that led to Ian Bryson becoming only the fourth player to score a league goal for Sheffield United this season. It's the first time for everything, and who but Brian Clough & Co will begrudge United their first three-pointer of the season. Bryson, in fact, was the last United player to touch the ball before Forest equalised. This is all straight from the restart, don't forget. Roy Keane looking more and more like a Steve Hodge replica in that number 6 shirt, gliding through to score an excellent midfielder's goal. Now, talking of replicas, remember Stuart Pearce's goal at Queen's Park Rangers last week? Keane supplying, Pearce off balance, hitting the ball with the wrong side of his foot into the wrong corner, if you like. But he can't do it a third time. It was furious stuff at this point. Nothing new for United to be a goal down, but a brand new top-flight experience to come back and win. Carl Bradshaw's cross, Bryson again, this time with a terrific header. Now, to score 3 goals in a league match this season was another first for Dave Bassett's lads. Bradshaw again to top scorer Brian Deane, who I believe Leeds United have offered over £1 million for. A priceless goal that, and who knows what it might lead to. Well done, the Blades. From £1 million goalkeeper to another. Nigel Martin's long kick looked destined to go all the way to Tony Coton until Neil Poynton intervened. Further words rather unnecessary. It was the first time City had failed to score in a league game this season. It was their first defeat since Peter Reid was appointed. Maybe they just lack Palace's ruthless streak. They certainly lack a match winner of Ian Wright's class. A goal of the day contender and no mistake, and with Graham Taylor watching as well. Not too much of the old Christmas spirit in evidence at White Hart Lane. Naeem had become the first of 3 players sent off by the time Luton scored after 12 minutes. Kingsley Black to Ian Dowie, scoring away from Kenilworth Road for the first time this season. Now, Spurs' equaliser was down to Gazza's strength and creative ability. With only 1 point from their 3 previous games, they were in need of a bit of magic, and Gazza supplied it, Paul Stewart supplying the rest. On the hour, and with Vanden Hauwe and Luton's Kerry Hughes also taking an early bath, Stewart bundled in the winner, only his 3rd in the league this season. Looking for their first league win under Terry Butcher, Coventry took the lead at Stamford Bridge half an hour from the end. Speedy's overhead attempt was blocked. Gallagher had no alternative but to have a go as well. But the difference is they're going in for Kevin Gallagher at the moment, 6 in 7 games. But Coventry are losing out in the closing stages. Maybe their concentration isn't all that it should be. Chelsea, on the other hand, are winning games late on. Andy Townsend blasting in the equaliser. They really are on a high at the moment, Chelsea. 2 goals in the last 6 minutes at Derby last week, 2 in the last 10 against Coventry to extend their winning run to 7 games. Dennis Wise turning in the winner. It'll be a very Merry Christmas down at the Bridge. Captain Marvel was back at Wimbledon, where Manchester United had never won. But it was a day of firsts, and United's contribution was to come from behind after trailing to a John Fashanu goal for most of the match. It's one of the most prolific spells in Fashanu's career, if you count David Seaman's own goal at Highbury last week, which Fash has had the audacity to claim. Fashanu had a hand in United's equaliser. Actually, it was a hand, an arm and a leg as Robson went crashing down in the penalty area. Steve Bruce in off a post. Now, United took the lead 10 minutes later, and with 10 minutes to go. Mark Hughes was allowed to turn and score at Coventry last week. He capitalised on that extra yard of space again to do the same at Plough Lane. Look in the finished article at the moment, Hughes. The aggression is being channeled into goals, and he surely would have got a second himself, but for Keith Curle's tackle interpreted by the referee as a professional foul. Sagers followed suit. Bruce went the other way. 3-1 United, and a somewhat flattering scoreline, it has to be said. Everton had their chances, but with only 3 league goals since Howard Kendall's return 7 games ago, Kendall must soon be signing cheques instead of Christmas cards. John Polston won it for Norwich after Dale Gordon's shot came back off the post.
Aston Villa players back behind the ball here. It's difficult for Arsenal to keep patient and keep probing away, and they lost their patience in the end. But they get it back with Thomas. Merson, great ball. Groves, first time to Smith. What a superb effort, and how was it kept out?
What a wonderful save by Spink. Got his left hand to that one, Alan. That was a marvellous move by Arsenal.
Seaman again running the ball outside his own penalty area. Smith broke for Groves. Nice little ball to Merson. Groves again. Limpar. Merson with the shot. Tremendous save. Caution has crept in. Ormondroyd forward. Back to him as Daly hit the ground. It comes to Cascarino, and now Platt! Platt! Great save by Seaman. Brave, quick and decisive. It looked as though Platt had found the way through.
Leeds travel to Roker Park unbeaten in the last 8 league games. Sunderland just 1 win in their last 8. Good effort in the first half though from Marco Gabbiadini off the crossbar. Sunderland's John Kay becomes the 5th First Division player to be sent off this weekend for a late challenge on Peter Haddock. But Sunderland hold on until 11 minutes from time, and they're a bit unfortunate to concede the only goal of the game. Mel Sterland with the shot stopped by Tony Norman and just spinning over the line. Enough to give victory to United and consolidate that place in the top 6. Rangers' wretched run of 9 consecutive defeats hasn't stopped Roy Wegerle from getting his share of goals. Some doubt, though, whether this one actually crossed the line, his 14th of the season. The linesman was sure it did. Rangers are ahead after 33 minutes. Mark Wright won't want to see that clearance again, but the ball clearly over the line as it crashes down off Shilton's crossbar. Rangers well on their way to their first league win since October. In injury time, though, their makeshift defence finally cracks. Dean Saunders pops up for his 13th of the season. Derby share the points.